The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 14th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Young Kim to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on October 7, 2023, the people of Israel experienced the greatest terror attack in their nation's history. 1,200 people were killed and 250 more were abducted in what was the most severe attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Nearly 100 hostages remain in Gaza, with at least a third of those believed to be dead. I was horrified by the atrocities committed by Hamas on October 7th, but I am encouraged by the reports that indicate that Israel and Hamas are closer than ever to reaching a ceasefire agreement that would return all remaining hostages held in Gaza to their families. Still, the reality of the matter is whether a ceasefire is reached and whether that ceasefire lasts, we must act now. I firmly believe in Israel's right to defend itself. It has been a critical ally in the region and has earned our support as it defends against threats from Iran and its proxies, including Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and Hamas in Gaza. Still, the manner in which Israel defends itself matters. After 15 months of war, I believe Prime Minister Netanyahu has overseen a military campaign that has had catastrophic consequences not only for the people of Gaza, but for his own people as well. As Israel's strongest ally, we have a responsibility to ensure that the legitimate anger felt by its citizens and the rest of the world after October 7th does not spiral into endless violence. What began as a war of defense has now devolved into a war of retribution and widespread destruction. Over 47,000 Palestinians have been killed since the war began, though a recent study published by The Lancet estimates the death toll could be as high as 40% higher. The majority of those killed are women and children. 90% of Gaza's population is internally displaced, and the threat of widespread famine has lingered for months. At least 6 newborns have recently died of hypothermia. The number of children killed in Gaza during the war exceeds the total number of children killed in conflicts worldwide over the last 4 years. And thousands of children, like Malik al-Kafarna, are grappling with life-threatening injuries as a direct result of the war. On October 24, 2023, Malik was waiting for food coupons at a market in a refugee camp when an airstrike hit and blew off his arm. It bears repeating that Hamas is an evil terrorist organization that cynically exploits civilians and has little to no regard for life, even the lives of other Palestinians. But research shows that terrorist organizations have rarely been dismantled purely through military force. Precisely because Hamas is such a threat, we must approach defeating them with a rational, evidence-based approach. Research by RAND shows that terrorist groups end through targeted intelligence operations or through a negotiated political settlement. In fact, I fear the war in Gaza will act as a recruitment tool for Hamas and will create a new generation of fighters who will seek revenge. After over a year of fighting, Hamas is weakened but has not been eliminated, nor have the remaining Israeli hostages been released. The last hostages that were released were in November of 2023, and they gained their freedom through diplomatic negotiations. What is urgently needed to bring an end to this brutal war is a diplomatic solution. Both the Israeli government and Hamas must agree to end the fighting, release the hostages, and flood the Gaza Strip with desperately needed food and medical supplies. It is in Israel's security interest to have a stable neighbor in a Palestinian state. Civil society has broken down completely in Gaza, and the territory urgently needs a peacekeeping force to help restore order. This force, ideally composed of Arab states, will play a critical role now and in post-war Gaza. Hamas cannot remain in power, and the people of Gaza deserve new political leadership that will prioritize peace as they establish a new government. Ideally, that government will be a reformed Palestinian authority empowered to both govern in the West Bank and Gaza. The ultimate goal for all parties must be a lasting peace, and that can only be reached through a two-state solution. We have the opportunity to change the trajectory of lives like Malik. In 10 years, he'll be 24. The choices we make in the coming weeks and months can either leave him desperate and hopeless, a prime candidate for recruitment for Hamas, or we can give him and the more than 1 million children living in Gaza the opportunity to grow up in a world that has prioritized peace and security. We must work towards ending this war and building a positive future for both Palestinians and Israelis. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Cutter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Coach Lamar Kirkley's 50-year anniversary with the Savannah Country Day School. Mr. Kirkley has spent the past 5 decades coaching and teaching students at Savannah Country Day. He had led the boys' basketball team as well as the boys and girls cross-country and tennis team. Mr. Kirkley has earned a spot in the Greater Savannah Athletic Hall of Fame and received the Teacher of the Year Award in 2020 from the Exchange Club of Savannah. He also won the Savannah Morning News Coach of the Year Award several times and across many different sports. Mr. Kirkley was previously a stellar basketball player during his years at Armstrong State University. He has expressed that teaching and in coaching go hand in hand, and he has excelled at both. Mr. Kirkley has an excellent ability to relate to students, colleagues, players, and parents, and continues to excel in his career. Congratulations, Mr. Kirkley, on 50 impactful years at Savannah Country Day, and thank you for what you did for our 3 sons. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Vincent Fort, who sadly passed away in December from cancer at the age of 68. Mr. Fort was a former Democratic leader in the Georgia State Senate and a candidate for Atlanta mayor and Congress who advocated for causes he believed in for many decades. After his 1996 election to the 39th District in the State Senate, Mr. Fort went on to be reelected 10 times. Mr. Fort earned his undergraduate degree in history at Central Connecticut State College in 1978 and moved to Atlanta to study African American history shortly thereafter. There he wrote thesis on the sit-in movement in the Atlanta University Center, where he later taught history. Mr. Fort had several remarkable legislative achievements, including laws that took effect in 2002 targeting abusive lending practices. Mr. Fort will forever be remembered as a remarkable man who was committed to leadership, justice, and service throughout his life. Mr. Speaker, I can attest to this as I had the honor of serving with Vincent Fort in the Georgia State Senate. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Stacey Jennings on her being named United Way's 2025 Woman of the Year. Ms. Jennings has been a long-time volunteer in the heart of community service in Savannah. She has spent 33 years with the United Way of the Coastal Empire, where she has served on the board, several committees, and helpful fundraising. Mrs. Jennings is also the Executive Director of Communications for the Savannah-Chatham County Board of Education. She has proven herself to be a dedicated leader and impactful server of the community by supporting families and students across the community within the school system. Ms. Jennings' honorable achievement as United Way's Woman of the Year will be celebrated in March at the Women Who Rule event hosted at the Savannah Convention Center. She currently serves on the marketing committee and has not stopped her efforts to join new committees since she started at the United Way of the Coastal Empire. Congratulations, Ms. Jennings, on this incredible accomplishment, and thank you for your dedicated service to the city of Savannah. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of former McIntosh County Sheriff Charles Wilbert Chunk Jones. Mr. Jones lived an honorable life, serving in the U.S. Army's D Company. He also served in Vietnam back in 1968. Mr. Jones's career in law enforcement began in 1971 with the Brunswick Police Department, and he later joined the City of Darien Police Department. After joining the City of Darien, Mr. Jones was promoted to the Chief of Police. After his time at the Darien Police Department, Mr. Jones joined the Georgia State Patrol, where he graduated as a state trooper. He also returned to his hometown and accepted the captain position with the City of Darien. He then won his first sheriff's election to serve the community from 1993 to 1998. Mr. Jones was also a commercial shrimp fisherman and captain of his shrimp boat, Lady Vanessa, which was named after his daughter. Mr. Jones married his high school sweetheart, the late Brenda Marie Jones, with whom he shared 3 children, Christopher, Vanessa, and Felicia. Today, we honor his life and hold his family in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the incredible journey of Sydney Sterlace, who finished 3rd on season 26 of The Voice. Sydney, a young singer from West Seneca, New York, in my district, has inspired not just our community, but viewers across the country. Her extraordinary talent was undeniable from an early age. With the support of her loving family, especially her mother, she began her singing journey at the age of 7, participating in local talent shows. By the time she was 10, she won first place in the Erie County Fair Talent Competition. Since then, Sydney has performed the national anthem at a Buffalo Bills football game, countless times for the Buffalo Bisons baseball team, and this year at a Buffalo Sabres hockey game. She is also a regular performer at the annual Music is Art Festival, organized by Robbie Tatak, one of the founding members of the Goo Goo Dolls, who's also from my district. At just 16 years old, Sydney accomplished what so many dream of, a 4-chair turn at her blind audition for The Voice, and a run all the way to the finale of one of the biggest singing competitions in the world. Over the course of this season, Sydney showed her incredible range and artistry, and her duet with Gwen Stefani, who also served as her coach while on the show, was the perfect way to cap off a season of unforgettable moments. Throughout it all, Sydney had the endless support of her family, friends, and our entire community. From accompanying Sydney on her journey to California for the competition, to welcoming her home at the Buffalo Niagara International Airport upon her return, her friends were always by her side to cheer her on, especially Kate, Lily, Izzy, Alana, Holly, and Aaron. Sydney's success extends beyond The Voice. Last year, she won a challenge promoted by Broadway Evolved, which led to a week-long Broadway workshop with Tony-nominated actress Betsy Wolfe. But what stands out most is Sydney's humility and heart. Sydney has made our entire community so proud with her talent, her hard work, and her poise throughout the entire competition. She's carried herself with grace and determination, inspiring the next generation of talented artists. While this chapter of The Voice may have ended, I have no doubt that the next chapter of a long and successful career is ahead of you, Sydney. On behalf of all of Western New York, thank you for sharing your voice. Congratulations, Sydney. Madam Speaker, I rise in remembrance of Cornelius J. Kane, whose life was defined by service, family, and enduring dedication to our community. As someone who was blessed to call him a friend, I can tell you Neil's love for his family was matched only by his unwavering dedication to serving our community, a calling he fulfilled with distinction throughout his remarkable career. A Buffalo native, Neil's career with the Buffalo Fire Department spanned nearly 4 decades, where he rose to the position of commissioner, embodying courage and leadership every step of the way. As commissioner, he led with compassion and integrity, always putting the needs of others first and setting a standard of excellence for those who followed in his footsteps. Throughout his decades of service to the Buffalo Fire Department, Neil dedicated himself to protecting the safety and well-being of the community he loved, the City of Good Neighbors. Neil's work extended far beyond the firehouse. His commitment to Buffalo was evident in his efforts to make the city a safer, stronger, and better place for all its residents. He was a proud member of the Buffalo Professional Firefighters Association, Local 282, the Ancient Order of Hibernians, and the East Coast Retired Firefighters Association. And he was a devoted fan of the Buffalo Bills, the Buffalo Sabres, and the New York Yankees. Neil's life was an inspiration to all who had the privilege of knowing him, and his legacy will live on through many lives that he touched. Neil was a loving husband to his wife of 54 years, Ellen, and a devoted father to Sheila, Bob, and Terry, and a cherished papa to his beloved grandchildren. He was one of 16 children and had a deep commitment to the values instilled in him as a member of the Kane family, that sense of duty that guided his extraordinary legacy of work and public service. May we all take inspiration from Neil's devotion to his family, his steadfast service to our community, and his unwavering commitment to making the world a better place. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamarpa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to highlight this morning a piece of legislation I tend to co-sponsor that's brought by my good colleague John Joyce from Pennsylvania. It's known as the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act. The bill aims to prevent the U.S. EPA from issuing Clean Air Act waivers that would enable state-level bans or restrictions on gas and diesel vehicles. This ensures that Americans can select the vehicles based on their individual needs and financial situations without undue government interference. My home state of California, once again, leading on the wrong things. The agency called the California Air Resources Board is intending to ban the sale of gas and diesel-powered cars, trucks, and SUVs by 2035, only 10 model years from now. Now, who the heck is CARB, especially since this has far-reaching effects across the rest of the country? There's 6 or 7 other states that are seeking to emulate what CARB is doing. This regulation seeks to force a transition to electric vehicles regardless of the affordability, their availability, or practicality for many residents and families. The Biden administration, EPA, has granted the necessary waiver very recently at the end of this era, allowing CARB to enforce this mandate at the state of California level, which sets a precedent that could lead to similar bans in other states across the country. And believe me, it will happen. Several other states are already looking at this. What do you end up with? The manufacturers having to produce 2 different types of vehicles for this state or for that state, making them more expensive, and heaven knows the difficulty it is producing electric vehicles anyway. Rural Americans, rural Californians, face long commutes and rely heavily on reliable, affordable vehicles. I represent a very rural area. There's people that are afraid to take the electric vehicles very far with an ability to know if they can charge and make it back. The mandate poses significant financial challenges as EVs remain more expensive than their gas and diesel-powered counterparts. They have more expensive tires, they're harder to get parts for, etc. A very, very limited charging infrastructure. We see the billions the Biden administration has put aside for charging stations and only built about 7 or 8 in the whole country over the last 3 years, shows that it's very impractical. EVs are an unviable option for many. The mandate would not only increase the cost of living for individuals and families, but reduce transportation options for many rural residents and even urban residents that maybe have a car that's already paid for that they would soon see they wouldn't have the ability. As also part of the mandate is quietly eliminating fueling stations, making fuel more expensive, making fuel harder to produce. In my home state of California, in the country, when they banned the pipeline coming from Canada, it makes fuel harder to get. So it's coming from all edges. You can tax people out of this is part of their goal. Of course, my home state, California's power grid, is already struggling to deliver electricity to meet existing energy demands with currently frequent blackouts and energy shortages. We have these blackouts in my part of the state, and we're starting to see them in Southern California with the unfortunate massive suffering going on due to the wildfires, that they have to preemptively shut off the power to particular areas if they think the wind is going to blow too hard and cause foliage to blow off of trees, shrubs, whatever, into the power lines and cause an outage, a blackout, etc., and therefore a fire along with it, as has happened many times in my district. So if we mandate this shift to electric vehicles, would place additional strain on the grid, leading to more outages and much higher energy costs. California has not demonstrated the capacity to expand the grid infrastructure. Indeed, they're tearing down dams in my district, and they got their eye on more that make clean, CO2-free hydroelectric power. So the grid gets even tighter due to this. This raises serious concerns about the feasibility at all of this mandate, yet they force it forward. The practicality of converting to all these electric vehicles, as well as the appliances that California and others and Biden is trying to do with electric stoves and water heaters and all that, means where are the materials, where are the minerals going to come from to produce these electric appliances and vehicles? We can't mine as it is. It takes 29 years in only case to build a copper mine in this country. We're going to import it all. We're going to have poor kids in other countries and slave labor in other countries continue to supply us so we can be pristine. CARB's members are not actually directly accountable to the public. Air Resources Board is appointed by the governor. They don't have to answer to anybody, and they frequently don't. So we have a direct threat to consumer choice.
Expired.
Indeed, this is what Governor Newsom wants us to have, is fires that burn out our vehicles. We need to have him stand aside, let President Trump lead the way on allowing us to have our vehicles.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, House Republicans have a big vote planned for today. Now, I wish I was talking about a bill that will lower costs for hardworking families or help more Americans buy a home, the issues that so many people told us mattered most to them, the 24 election. But instead, in just their second week of power, House Republicans have chosen to vote on a federal takeover of sports at all levels. To justify this power grab, my colleagues across the aisle are preying on the legitimate concerns that some people have about transgender athletes in women's sports. Now, for the vast majority of those folks, many of them parents, their concerns don't come from a place of hate. They come from a place of worry about the safety of their daughters and the fairness of their sport. Now, as the only woman in Congress who played Division I sports in college, I know how critical it is that we ensure that sports are safe and fair above all else. It's all any athlete wants, to know that if they put in the hard work and the training necessary, they're going to have a fair shot on game day. And as the mom of 2 young daughters who I cheer on from the bleachers every weekend, I know that parents want their kids to be able to enjoy the game they love. After all, we know how important sports can be to children's development. They give the chance to build confidence, learn teamwork, and develop lifelong friendships. That's why, like parents and athletes across our country, I have long placed my trust in the governing bodies of sports, the experts who have dedicated their lives to these games to create fair and responsible rules for participation. And despite what the authors of this legislation have said, many of those organizations have already updated their rules to ensure fairness and safety in their sports. That includes the international authorities overseeing track and field, boxing, cycling, swimming, rugby, just to name a few. These organizations, many led by former athletes, worked with scientists, athletic federations, human rights organizations to craft thoughtful, evidence-based rules, including those governing participation in the Paris Olympics last summer. Don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, I recognize that there's more work to be done. But why in the world would we let insincere, attention-seeking politicians here in Washington, many of whom know little to nothing about competitive sports, take over. It doesn't make any sense. However, that's exactly what my Republican colleagues are going to do today: inject themselves into decisions they have no business making. In fact, if you listen to them, they would have you think that a transgender woman in college who may have transitioned after puberty and may present physical advantages over her opponent is the same as a 10-year-old girl who just wants to play soccer on the weekends with her friends. But those two situations aren't the same at all, and the consequences of that approach will be devastating. Girls as young as 4 years old being subjected to invasive lines of questioning about their bodies and even physical inspections by an adult, a stranger, a predator, all because some creep accuses them of not being a girl. What parent would want to put their daughter through that? I know I wouldn't. Madam Speaker, we won't be able to find common ground on this issue today, but this debate has made one thing abundantly clear. Members of Congress are the last people who should decide who gets to play sports in America. That responsibility belongs where it always has, to the organizations whose mission it is to protect the fairness, the safety, and the integrity of their sports. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the GOP's Child Predator Empowerment Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, last week in the nation's capital, 6.8 inches of snow closed federal office buildings. Nearly 1,300 miles away in Kansas, blizzards brought more than 18 inches of snowfall to parts of the Big First District. Farmers, ranchers, and ag producers in Big First didn't have the luxury of closing down for the week. When you answer the call to feed, fuel, and clothe the world, you're required to show up, even when the temperatures are far below freezing. Our congressional district is one of the top agriculture-producing districts in the country. It is home to more than 60,000 farms, along with farmers, ranchers, feedlot managers, dairies, nutritionists, veterinarians, ethanol producers, ag lenders, and agribusiness owners who bring the agricultural ecosystem to life. When the snow piles up and the temperatures refuse to rise past freezing, these men and women don't get a break. They throw on their warm layers and they get the job done. Those of us in agriculture understand full well that Mother Nature is not a reliable business partner. At the end of October, much of my district was still navigating dry to severe drought conditions. On top of navigating an already challenging farm year, these droughts severely squeezed margins for farmers and ranchers. Approximately 2 months later, Mother Nature changed course once again with more than a foot of snow. In true Kansas fashion, families and neighbors came together to help one another in time of need. Kansans helped move snow to ensure livestock could still be watered and fed. Kansans helped move calves to make sure that they were warm after they were born so they could get to a place to be properly fed and nourished in negative temperatures. Kansas stayed up through the night to make sure livestock had a chance of surviving or to guarantee that their equipment was ready to go to work by sunrise the next morning. Why on earth would anyone do this, Madam Speaker? It's a special calling that many families in my district have answered. In a world where Instacart and Amazon Fresh can deliver groceries to your door in nearly an hour if you're in an urban area, it can be easy to forget that our food doesn't just come from the grocery store shelf. It comes from the men and women who work tirelessly day in and day out to answer the call to feed, clothe, and fuel the world. On days with lots of extreme weather like we saw last week, these men and women bust their backs to ensure that we can still have food on our plates when the storms are long gone. It can often be a thankless job, but on behalf of Kansas and the nation, I thank these brave men and women for keeping us fueled, clothed, and fed. Your tireless efforts do not go unnoticed, and we are deeply grateful for your commitment to feed a hungry world. Madam Speaker, agriculture is the heart of the 1st District of Kansas. It's our lifeblood, and when I built my team in the district, it was important for me to find someone who knew agriculture and would fight for the farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers of Kansas. Sarah Henry was the perfect choice. After graduating with a degree in agriculture education from Iowa State University, Sarah moved to Washington, D.C., where she worked in several congressional offices and for the National Corn Growers Association. It was during her time in the nation's capital where she met her now husband, Dalton, and the two moved back to Dalton's old stomping grounds in Randolph, Kansas. The move back to the Plains allowed Sarah to serve as my district director and later to serve as my district ag director and later as my district director. This month, Sarah will begin a more part-time role with the Kansas Association of Wheat Growers so she can focus on her two precious sons, Samuel and Abram. Sarah, thank you for leading our district team well, for being an incredible advocate and friend, and caring about Kansans. Audrey and I are excited for you in this next chapter of life as you adjust to being a family of four. Thank you again for being such an integral part of our team. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor a powerful force in the fight for justice, in the fight for equality, and for true democracy, the Illinois Poor People's Campaign. In one of the wealthiest nations in the world, the Poor People's Campaign dares to believe that poverty can be eradicated. Their work continues the legacy and the vision of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., building a multiracial movement to end poverty, centering the voices of those with lived experiences of poverty and breaking down barriers to full democratic participation. The Illinois Poor People's Campaign understands that democracy is too precious, it's too significant to leave in the hands of those who would prioritize the interests of the ultra-wealthy corporations. I want to especially recognize Illinois Poor People's Campaign members and constituents of Illinois' 3rd District, Sheila Garland Olanaran, Joyce Brody, and Lenny Brody. And I additionally want to recognize the Illinois PPC Tri-Caucus chairs, Carlos Rodriguez, Jessica Motzinger, and Reverend Susan Phillips. Their unwavering commitment to all of us, all over the country, is inspiring and should also encourage us to also live a life of this kind of dedication. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend the Illinois Poor People's Campaign for their relentless fight for justice and equality and their efforts to ensure every person has a say in our democracy. Thank you to all its members. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Pastora Emma Lozano of the United Lincoln Methodist Church in Chicago's Pilsen neighborhood. Born in Texas and later making Chicago her home, Pastora Lozano's lifelong commitment to advocacy has left an undeniable mark in our communities and our nation. Her journey as an advocate started at Centro de Acción Social Autónomo, where she and her brother, Rudy Lozano, championed immigrant worker rights. And after her brother's tragic assassination in 1983, Pastora Lozano carried his legacy forward, channeling her grief into action and dedicating herself to the causes they both held dear. In 1987, she founded Centro Sin Fronteras, a grassroots organization that has empowered undocumented families addressing critical issues such as overcrowded schools, housing insecurity, police brutality, and bilingual education. In 2006, Pastora Lozano and her late husband, Reverend Walter Slim Coleman, sparked a nationwide movement for our shared humanity when they offered their church in my district, Adalberto United Methodist Church, as a sanctuary for a woman who was undocumented and in need of sanctuary, Elvira Arellano, and her son, Saul. Emma's courage, her faith, her tireless work remind us the power of community and the enduring fight for dignity and for equality. Pastora Lozano, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I thank you for your compassion. I thank you for your dedication to creating a more just, a more compassionate world. And may this Congress learn from you, from your dedication, from your courage, and may it be truly what it says it is, the people's house, reminded of our roots and reminded of our shared humanity. Congratulations, Pastora Emma Lozano. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize an outstanding group of young athletes in Virginia's 6th Congressional District, the Broadway High School boys cross country team, who won the VHSL Class 3 state championship in November. Despite online predictions that showed the Gobblers losing by over 50 points, each runner clocked in at their fastest time that day to clinch first place with a 10-point margin over the runners-up. Along the way, the team also became district and regional champs for the first time in the school's history. The following team members made this victory possible: Peyton Allen, Gavin Deal, Max Fletcher, Grayson Jacques, Jaden Nguyen, Asher Ryan, Gavin Ryman, Cameron Shiflett, Lee Souter, and Tristan Yoder. Head coach Daryl Zook and assistant coach Michael Sheets provided their leadership and encouragement. Their success does not just reflect their individual talent, but also their commitment to the team. Madam Speaker, I once again want to congratulate each runner, their coaches, families, and their supporters. The hard work and dedication have inspired us all. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor an exceptional student athlete from Salem High School and the Roanoke Valley Governor's School, Catherine Ha. Catherine is a two-time Virginia High School League 4A co-ed state golf champion, winning in 2022 and 24, finishing the latter with an impressive score of 68, 2 under par, even in challenging conditions. She also captured the 2024 VHSL Girls Open State Championship and has been named the Virginia State Golf Association Girls Player of the Year for both 23 and 24. Under the guidance of head coach Blaine Hancock, Catherine has competed at the highest levels, including representing the United States at the Junior Solheim Cup in Spain. Introduced to golf by her father, Tim Ha, she credits him with shaping her mental game, proving that family support is invaluable. Academically, Catherine shines as well, maintaining a stellar 4.377 GPA. She plans to continue pursuing her academic and athletic journey at Vanderbilt University. Catherine's remarkable achievements exemplify perseverance, skill, and sportsmanship. She serves as a role model not just in her community, but for young athletes across our nation. Congratulations, Catherine. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Clark County High School boys cross country team for their remarkable achievement in winning the Class 2 state championship. The Eagles placed 4 runners in the top 15 and scored 49 points to capture the program's first state title since 2009. Seniors James Casey, Jackson Ellis, and Aiden Krieb each earned all-state honors for placing in the top 10. Sophomore Landon Horton earned a state medal for placing in the top 15, and sophomore Matthew Lisk rounded out the scoring. Carter Stanley and Jonathan Hornbacher also ran for the Clark County boys team, and Warren Mayberger, Brody Ellis, and Luke Lemaster were members of the postseason championship team. The team is led by Coach Jeff Webster, who was named the Winchester Star Cross-Country Coach of the Year for both girls and boys. According to Webster, the guys simply outperformed what we thought they would do. To place 4 runners in the top 15 was just an exceptional effort and one that the other teams could not match. Madam Speaker, I once again congratulate the 2024 Clark County Boys Cross Country team. Virginia's 6th Congressional District is incredibly proud of their accomplishment, and I wish them continued success in the seasons ahead. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Since 1972, Title IX has allowed women to thrive and excel in sports nationwide. This landmark legislation has empowered countless women to compete at the highest levels, achievements we should honor and protect. Yet the left has embarked on a relentless campaign to rewrite Title IX, aiming to erase the critical distinctions between men and women, boys and girls. This misguided agenda poses a direct threat to the very spirit of Title IX, opening the doors for biological males to compete in women's sports, thereby undermining the hard-won accomplishments of female athletes nationwide. Let me be clear, House Republicans will not idly stand by while the radical left diminishes over 5 decades of progress for women. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act is essential for ensuring that all young women who aspire to play sports have the opportunity to compete fairly, preserving fairness and protecting their achievements. We must safeguard the integrity of female athletics so that young women can succeed in sports for generations to come. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to call out the harm and hypocrisy. This bill, H.R. 28, is couched as a bill that protects children when it does the exact opposite. Madam Speaker, this bill not only erodes federal protections for our kids, it puts the physical and emotional safety of every child in our public schools at risk. Imagine you are 8 years old, trying out for the soccer team, and your coach demands that you show them your genitals. That is abuse. That is exploitation. That is egregious. But it is exactly what this Republican bill does. It allows adults, not medical professionals, just random adults, to demand to inspect your child's genitals without parental consent. As a survivor of a near decade of childhood sexual abuse, and as a bonus mom to a school-aged daughter, I am horrified. To the members of Congress who support this legislation, you are putting the safety of children across this nation at risk. And why? Because you want to vilify and harm trans kids. Children who should have every right to show up in this world and live and thrive like anyone else. You are punching down on the most vulnerable and exacting harm on everyone. I would ask my colleagues, have you spoken to any of these children? How about their parents? They pose no threat to you, but you pose a threat to them, denying them their health care, isolating them from their friends, creating conditions for bullying and even suicide ideation. You are posing a threat to every child who wants to step onto a soccer field or pick up a softball bat in this country. I urge my colleagues to vote no and speak out in strong opposition to this disgusting predatory bill that does nothing to keep a single child safe. Madam Speaker, for too long, our nation's criminal legal system has been wrought with systemic injustices and biases, has prioritized cruelty at the expense of rehabilitation and justice. That is why we have a mass incarceration crisis. Nearly 1 in 2 adults in America has had an incarcerated loved one. Today, in the name of all who have felt the injustices of the carceral state, we are standing united to call on President Biden to use his clemency powers to release people from prison and reunite them with their families. Mothers like Michelle West, who was incarcerated for the crimes of her abuser. Brothers like Charles Ellis Jr. from my district, the MA 7th, who had ineffective assistance of counsel when he committed a crime at the age of 19. Sons like Ismail Lira, who was sentenced to life in prison for a nonviolent cannabis charge. Madam Speaker, why is anyone still incarcerated for cannabis? With nearly 2 million people behind bars, more people per capita than any other country, it is time for clemency to put the United States on a path towards ending mass incarceration. Locked in cages are people who pose no threat to public safety: the elderly, disabled, the chronically ill, those who are wrongly convicted, people serving time under outdated sentencing laws. It is the height of hypocrisy to claim they are a risk to public safety when they are the very people at this moment that we are trusting to keep the public safe. 800 incarcerated men are fighting wildfires in California for $5 a day, only to return to a jail cell at night. And during the pandemic, these same people were making hand sanitizer. President Biden, you have the power to save their lives. That is what this moment demands, and we are grateful for your leadership. We need action, we need compassion, we need clemency. Madam Speaker, this weekend in my district, the Massachusetts 7th, community members came together to celebrate Haitian Independence Day. There was much soup jumu, freedom soup, that was consumed. On January 1st, 1804, Haiti became the first free black republic, declaring independence for all people from colonial rule and enslavement. This weekend also marked 15 years since a devastating earthquake killed thousands and destroyed hundreds of thousands of homes on the island. These anniversaries encapsulate the values of the Haitian people: resistance and resilience. The Republic of Haiti continues to experience heightened violence and political instability, which is why, as co-chair of the House Haiti Caucus, I continue to advocate for humanitarian aid to our ally, TPS for migrants, strategic trade partnerships for economic prosperity, and an end to deportations to Haiti. Even with just a few days remaining in the Biden-Harris administration, we must prioritize stability for Haitians on the island and in the United States. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Mix, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today proud to announce that I've joined the bipartisan Congressional Doge Caucus. This important initiative is focused on bringing much-needed efficiency to the federal government and reducing wasteful spending that burdens taxpayers. As an Iowan, I know that every dollar counts. Many of my constituents are living paycheck to paycheck, while unelected bureaucrats in Washington continue to waste taxpayer dollars. That's why I'm excited to work alongside leaders like Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, who bring a business-minded approach to reforming government operations. The national debt has now surpassed $36 trillion, and since 2003, $2.7 trillion in improper payments have been made by federal agencies. The Doge Caucus will work tirelessly to address this issue, streamline operations, and ensure that the government is working more effectively and efficiently for all Americans. I look forward to collaborating with my colleagues and advancing President Trump's agenda to rein in wasteful spending while we work efficiently to provide services and protect taxpayer dollars. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of Prevention of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which was introduced by Representative Stubbe. The last term, the House passed this bill as well, but it was not taken up by the Senate. This critical legislation ensures that only biological women and girls can participate in athletic programs designed for their sex at birth, preserving fairness and integrity in women's sports. For decades, Title IX has worked to provide equal opportunities for women in education and athletics. This bill reaffirms that commitment by clarifying that sex is determined by an individual's chromosomal expression at birth. I can tell you as a physician and a scientist that the science indicates that males, especially after puberty, have greater and longer striated muscle mass, which means they run faster, swim, and jump higher. They also have greater cardiac volume and greater lung volume, which also enables them to have greater endurance and strength. Those individuals who are competing with women don't offer a level playing field for female athletes. This bill also requires a report from the Government Accountability Office to assess the negative psychological, developmental, and sociological aspects of male participation in female sports. This is about fairness. It's about protecting women's rights and women's spaces and ensuring that girls have equal opportunities in athletics. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the thousands of Iowans, including the hundreds from Iowa's 1st Congressional District, who will be traveling to Washington, D.C. to attend President Trump's inauguration. I know that many of you will be making the journey with your families, friends, and fellow community members, and I'm excited to see such a strong presence of Iowans in our nation's capital. From local leaders to activists to business owners, students, and veterans, Iowans of all walks of life are coming together to witness this historic event. It's a testament to the pride and dedication we have in our state and our country. My team and I are here to make sure your experience is as smooth and as enjoyable as possible, and we look forward to assisting you in any way we can while you are here. Welcome to Washington, D.C., Iowa. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in honor of the celebration yesterday of my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Let me say that it was 112 years ago yesterday that 22 visionary young black women at Howard University came together to create a sorority rooted in the ideas of change, justice, and empowerment. I am a proud life member of this esteemed sisterhood. For me, it started at Delta Kappa chapter as a freshman at Central State University, and then as a member of the Dayton Alumni Chapter, and now the Columbus, Ohio Alumni Chapter. I am honored to recognize this extraordinary legacy and contributions of this organization, which has been a beacon of service, sisterhood, and social action since its beginning in 1913. These trailblazers envisioned an organization that would prioritize service over socialization, and they had the foundation for what would become one of the world's largest African-American women's organizations. Over the decades, this organization has tackled some of the most pressing challenges facing our communities. The National Library Project provided books to underserved black communities in the segregated South. Deltas became the first sorority to establish employment, counseling, and career development for Black women. We partnered with Habitat for Humanity, building homes for families in need at home and abroad. And also, Delta Sigma Theta earned special NGO status with the United Nations, ensuring our voices are heard on the world stage. Delta Sigma Theta women are among the most powerful change makers in history. Our history includes ceiling shatters, public servants, like who I fondly call Aunt Edna, like Lieutenant Colonel Charity Edna Adams Early, serving as the highest-ranking Black woman officer during World War II. It includes the Honorable Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman elected to Congress, the first Black woman to seek a major party's nomination for President of these United States. And yes, the only female of the 13 members who founded the Congressional Black Caucus. It also includes individuals like Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first Black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. Deltas define leadership in a broad spectrum of influence. From civil rights icons like Ida B. Wells to cultural legends like Aretha Franklin, to leaders in this very chamber like Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Yvette Clarke, like our brilliant sisters who serve here, Congresswoman Valerie Fouché, Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, Congresswoman Lucy McBath, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman Summer Lee, Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, and Senator Angela Alsobrooks. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Founders Day, we recommitted ourselves to the mission and the vision of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporating, fostering economic empowerment, advancing education, improving physical and mental health, promoting international awareness, and lastly, engaging in political advocacies. These values have guided us for 112 years and will continue to light our way forward. Thank you. And let me also add that I associate myself with every word that Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley said in respect to what we are rightly naming. When we think about this bill being proposed, it is really the Child Predator Empowerment Act. There is nothing fair, there is nothing safe about a teacher, a counselor, a non-medical professional asking a young child to remove their garments so they can be inspected. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez Rivera, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this past weekend, Venezuelan dictator Nicolás Maduro boldly declared his intention to invade and liberate Puerto Rico. As Puerto Rico's representative before the United States government, I want to let Mr. Maduro know an overwhelming majority of Puerto Ricans support a relationship of permanent union or permanent association with the United States, be that as a state or as a U.S. Commonwealth. That same overwhelming majority also defends the right of a respectable, patriotic minority to advocate and fight for the island's independence through peaceful and democratic means. That respect for differing views is a hallmark of our democratic values, something Mr. Maduro clearly does not understand. Mr. Maduro, the future of Puerto Rico will be decided by Puerto Ricans in a peaceful and democratic manner, the same way that the future of Venezuela should be decided by the Venezuelan people in a peaceful and democratic manner. And now I will address my constituents in Spanish. Este pasado fin de semana, el dictador venezolano Nicolás Maduro anunció su intención de invadir y liberar a Puerto Rico. Una mayoría abrumadora de los puertorriqueños respalda la unión o asociación permanente con los Estados Unidos, a través del estatus de Estado Libre Asociado o de la aspiración de convertir a Puerto Rico en un Estado de la Unión. Esa misma mayoría abrumadora respalda el derecho de una minoría respetable y patriótica de impulsar pacífica y democráticamente el derecho del pueblo de Puerto Rico a su independencia. Esa tolerancia por las diferencias es uno de los valores fundamentales de nuestra cultura democrática, algo que Nicolás Maduro es incapaz de comprender. Maduro, el futuro de Puerto Rico lo decidiremos pacífica y democráticamente los puertorriqueños, así como el futuro de Venezuela lo deben decidir pacífica y democráticamente los venezolanos. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the rest of my time.
The gentleman, if he would need to provide a translation to the chair. The gentleman yield back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a fighter for human rights, Jose Chacha Jimenez, who passed away on January 10th after a life dedicated to social justice. Chacha, as he was fondly called, was the founder of the Young Lords, an organization created by Puerto Rican teens with the original purpose of providing a safe space in a changing Chicago. Inspired by the writings of Dr. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Puerto Rican leader Pedro Albizu Campos, Chacha transformed the Young Lords from a street organization into a social justice group to fight for equality and freedom beyond Chicago. Their movement was rooted in the self-determination of Puerto Ricans on the island and the mainland. They organized actions against gentrification and displacement of Puerto Ricans in Lincoln Park, Chicago. They fought against police brutality and brought much-needed basic services like education, child care, and health services to our neighborhoods. Chacha understood that the Latino and Black communities were facing similar struggles and forged an alliance with the Black Panthers to help underserved low-income communities. Soon after, they partnered with a group of white low-income residents called the Young Patriots, establishing Chicago's Rainbow Coalition. Chacha's leadership united people of all backgrounds to fight collectively for a better future, and his legacy will live on for generations to come. Rest in power, Chacha Jimenez. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the village of Riverside, Illinois, which this year celebrates its 150th anniversary. Originally called Aus Plains, this charming village is known for its peaceful riverbanks and scenic forested areas. On August 8, 1875, Riverside elected its first village president and trustees, and over the decades, it's become a thriving community, earning the title of Village in the Forest. With its expansive green parkways, iconic gaslit street lanterns, and cultivated streets, the village's charm is matched by its distinction as a National Historic Landmark, a title that it's proudly held since 1970, in part to the numerous home designs by famous architects such as Frank Lloyd Wright, Olmsted and Volk, Jenny Sullivan, and Drummond. Congratulations, Riverside, on this incredible milestone, and I look forward to celebrating all year long. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Juan Solis, who passed away in December of 2024. Juan was a public servant, educator, attorney, and an advocate for immigrants and indigenous peoples. He served our community with passion and dedication. Born in Texas to Mexican parents, Juan's hard work took him to college and later law school in Washington State. He moved to Chicago in 1978 to join the Legal Assistance Foundation and never stopped working for the rights of immigrants and for immigration reform. My friend Juan was the first Mexican American elected to the Illinois General Assembly in 1984. Later, in 1987, he became the first Mexican American to represent Chicago's 25th Ward as alderman. He uplifted voter rights and brought Latino representation to Chicago's Southwest Side, and for that, he will be remembered. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to announce that on Friday, I was proud to introduce the Amputation Reduction and Compassion, or ARC Act, to help combat preventable amputations brought on by peripheral artery disease, also known as PAD. The ARC Act will save lives and reduce amputations by ensuring high-risk Medicare and Medicaid recipients have access to PAD screenings at no additional cost. Lowering costs will allow for better screening, earlier detection and treatment, and remove cost-prohibitive barriers to care. This bill is very special to me as it was first introduced by my predecessor, the late Rep. Donald Payne Jr. I am honored to ensure his work for better, more accessible care and his legacy are carried on with the ARC Act. With the co-leadership of Reps. Jackson and Kelly, I am proud to introduce the ARC Act to save limbs, reduce patient costs, and save lives. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to object the dangerous bill of H.R. 28. Protection of Women and Girls Sports Act of 2025, better known as the Child Predator Empowerment Act. As a mom of an 8-year-old little girl who loves sports, who loves soccer, this bill is invasive to young girls, but also dangerous to every kid. It puts every kid at risk. Every kid is at risk underneath this bill. So I ask my colleagues to vote no on this bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the tremendous achievements of President Joe Biden, the 46th President of the United States. While I could spend my time highlighting the nearly innumerable achievements of his administration, I rise to celebrate what this nation is today because of President Biden's leadership, a nation on the rise. President Biden and Vice President Harris inherited a nation in crisis, the greatest public health crisis in a generation, in generations, frankly, coupled with threatening economic downturn with rising costs and high unemployment. President Biden recognized this head on. He saw what our nation needed, and he acted to jumpstart economic investment, to get Americans working, moving, and innovating like never before. And alongside congressional leaders, he delivered for the American people. President Biden delivered historic investments into our communities through the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, just to name a few. These historic legislative packages unleashed hundreds of billions of dollars into our communities to get us moving and growing again. The national statistics may highlight the breadth and depth of these historic investments, but no place speaks better to the generational change created by President Biden's leadership like my home state of Michigan. $13 billion in infrastructure funding that has flowed through Michigan. 62 new clean energy projects, the most in the country, have been announced in Michigan. Over 400,000 new jobs have been created in Michigan. So many, in fact, that Detroit has been boasting its lowest levels of unemployment in nearly 50 years. With the largest investment in the Great Lakes in decades, nearly all areas of concern in Michigan will be remediated, including 2 affecting my district, the Clinton River and the River Rouge. Combined with historic state-level investments, Michigan, the home of the Flint water crisis, is officially headed to a lead-free future, with Detroit being lead-free by the end of the decade. As home to the big 3 automakers, no place is leading the charge to electrify our future like we are in Michigan. We are manufacturing, we are growing, and we are innovating. And these are stories, these are numbers that represent the American worker. American workers have been able to achieve an economic reality, not just a political wish list, because of President Biden's dedication and leadership. The needs of the American worker were heard, including seeing President Biden be the first president to join striking workers on a picket line in, of course, my home state of Michigan, alongside the United Auto Workers. It is the last week of his historic administration, a true public servant who stood up every single day of his career on behalf of the American people, who has reached out to the next generation to make sure that we are heard, to mentor individuals like myself, and who has been selfless in his actions. We salute you, sir. We recognize you for everything that you have done and committed and the change you have made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I am honored to serve Texas's 32nd congressional district in the United States House of Representatives for the 119th Congress. As a Texas-educated attorney for over 30 years, I know what it takes to fight for those who need it most. Throughout my career, I have stood up for workers, those living with disabilities, students who are being taken advantage of by for-profit colleges, and so many of my fellow Texans who needed someone fighting alongside them. I took those skills to the Texas State Legislature, where I fought for Medicaid expansion, a fair judicial court system, consumer protections, and for women to make their own health care decisions, free from government intrusion. And when extremists decided to target the LGBT community in Texas, I raised my voice and helped kill hundreds of anti-LGBTQ bills that would have hurt the member of my community and their families. As the trusted voice for Texas's 32nd congressional district in Congress, I am ready to deliver real results for my neighbors. That means working to lower costs across the board, support and expand infrastructure for the fastest growing metroplex in the country, and secure our southern border, and to make health care safe, affordable, and reliable for all Americans. And my home state of Texas plays a huge role in powering our nation and our world. We have a massive economy that supports millions of jobs, and we are Mexico's largest trading partner. Texas also has the largest border with our neighbor to the south, and it will be up to Texas and Texas Democrats to provide meaningful solutions to the problems that we face, and I am ready to lead on these important issues. I am thrilled I will be serving on 3 committees this Congress that will help me deliver these results to make life better for Texas business, middle-class families, and our seniors. On the House Homeland Security Committee and House Foreign Affairs Committee, I will work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to keep our nation's strength and to strengthen our alliances around the world. And on the House Administration Committee, I will work tirelessly to protect the people's right to vote and to make sure this institution, the People's House, functions in a way that is better for Texans and all of our nation's citizens. Let me be clear, the work begins right now. In Congress, I'm committed to rising above the division and coming up with bipartisan solutions to solve our nation's biggest problems. I will work with anyone, Democrat or Republican, that is willing to come together, put partisanship aside, and to make life better for the people that we all serve. To my constituents, I want you to know how grateful I am to have this opportunity, and I wake up every day with the mission and the purpose to serve you in this chamber. Thank you so much, and know that I will always have your back here in the United States Congress. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Cooper, for 5 minutes. Captor.
Mr. Speaker, we are all watching the ferocious Palisades, Eaton, Altadena, and Hearst fires expand along California's beautiful coast. And I can recall my many trips there. Surely we all love the Tournament of Roses parade and the magic of Hollywood. Our hearts go out today and forever to come to the thousands of displaced people, the brave, unrelenting fire and rescue crews, and the public officials trying to bring order in the midst of chaos. Let me share, having practiced as a city and regional planner long before election to Congress, I was awestruck when I visited there at the large number of homes built high on forested mountainsides with many sizable mansions at their very peaks. In fact, most recently, as ranking Democrat on the House Appropriations, Energy, and Water Subcommittee, I was flown on an extensive tour over Los Angeles by a U.S. Army Corps helicopter to evaluate freshwater challenges in that drought-prone region. As the granddaughter of a forester, experience led me to question how such densely developed communities with housing perched on forested ascending hillsides could be evacuated in the event of emergency. My stomach queased at the thought, and my premonition is now being affirmed. Last fall, I called for Congress to return to Washington to fully fund FEMA and the Small Business Administration to assist with disaster relief efforts. It took until late December to approve $28 billion in funding, well below the $40 billion the Biden administration requested. And now this horror has launched. Statistics show in Canada and the United States, whether it is along our Pacific coast in Vancouver or Quebec, historic precious forests are burning to the ground during this era of prolonged drought. One estimate indicates the recent annual tree loss just in Canada equates to their forests' lost capacity to absorb the annual carbon dioxide from all jet aviation fuel spewed into the atmosphere across our globe. And this chart attests to that. Just a few years ago, due to major forest fires in Quebec, our southern Great Lakes region in my home of Ohio was covered with an eerie, hazy atmospheric soot blowing south across the border with Canada. What an out-of-body occurrence, never before encountered where we live. My own rhododendron plants were smothered by it. Long ago, I learned in a forestry class there's only one way to regenerate a forest: burning to the ground. Thus, allowing massive communities to be built in forests is always dangerous. When I was born, California's population numbered about 10 million people. Today it has quadrupled to over 42.5 million people, and Los Angeles County's dense population alone now numbers over 10 million people, larger than 80% of the states in our union. California's population is projected to reach 60 million people by 2050, and that is 6 times its population in 1950. Fresh water is running out. Challenges to life on a changing continent and world are daunting, and we must all ask tough questions about how to build and rebuild places that are livable and survivable. It will take years to salvage the Los Angeles neighborhoods, and some will never be rebuilt. Meanwhile, other regions across our nation can welcome fire refugees. The growing freshwater fights between communities and states that attend to life in the West are hastening. More people are demanding more fresh water, when that is a physical impossibility as aquifers run dry. There's only so much fresh water. If one looks at places like the Great Lakes, we say, how does our nation best invest in sustainable water and energy systems for the coming century and beyond? We must think forward, not backward. America must have a more comprehensive approach to build forward sustainable communities. Step one is to rescue the West. But there must be attention to resettling in freshwater regions that are more sustainable. For example, advancing freshwater settlement for our Great Lakes region will require standing up the Great Lakes Authority and infusing it with the ability to relieve bonded indebtedness of struggling freshwater communities. They must be able to financially reinvest to upgrade their freshwater systems in places like Flint, Detroit, Toledo, Cleveland, Youngstown, Milwaukee, Kenosha, Chicago, and so many more. Fresh water is life. The old expression, go west or south, young man, still appeals. But our planet is teaching us there are limits to what the earth can sustain. Living in the past is not an option. Onward, America, together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God, our teacher, our Lord, and our friend, we pray that we would walk where you lead us this day. Open our eyes to see your guidance, to look at each encounter, regard each situation with your eyes. Open our ears to your instruction, to receive every word spoken, every concern voiced, and hear as you would hear. Open our hearts to your wisdom, to understand the problems, to discern the solutions, and to respond to each one as you would respond. May the perceptions of our world, the reception of those whom we meet, and the interpretation of the work you would have us do reflect that we are willing and open to learn the unforced rhythms of grace with which you yourself have taught each one of us. In your divine friendship, abide with us, and we rejoice that you have called us friends and have made yourself and your will known to us in the name in which we offer this prayer. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to a report released by the House Committee on Homeland Security, more than 125,000 illegal alien crossings took place in October alone, bringing the total number of illegal alien crossings since Biden-Harris of over 11 million nationwide, with Speaker Mike Johnson warning of over 16 million illegal aliens. Dangerously, these catastrophic border crossing figures do not account for the illegal gotaways, including drug smugglers and identified terrorists who threaten every American family. Sadly, with the duplicitous policies of Biden-Harris, among those illegal transgressors are unaccompanied children who are suffering at the hands of cartel smugglers. Additionally, when I met with President Donald Trump this weekend on Sunday at Mar-a-Lago, I know he is committed to securing the borders and protecting families and making America great again. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise that the Republican Party of Matt Gaetz and former GOP Speaker Dennis Hastert is the same party that's obsessed with passing a bill today, which I call the Child Predator Empowerment Act. Republicans are passing a bill that allows any adult in a school to inspect the genitals of our kids before they're allowed to play sports. That's right, America. Republicans' creepy, weird obsession with your kids' private parts now means that they are passing bills that let them inspect what's in your kids' pants. What is wrong with you people? As a parent, I find this terrifying and downright sick. And let me be clear, every kid should be able to play sports, and this bill is just a mean, cruel bullying tactic. My Republican colleagues are obsessed with passing a bill to protect predators. How about they pass a bill to protect jobs? Or how about they pass a bill to fight wildfires or lower grocery prices? No, 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 no. Republicans are weirdly obsessed with talking about transgender people and using that as an excuse to protect and even empower child predators. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that we all know the reason why. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize two stalwarts of community service in Sarpy County, Nebraska, Nancy and Jim Thompson. Nancy and Jim have dedicated their lives to giving back to Nebraska throughout their nearly 5.5 decades of marriage. As educators, they played key roles in forming the Papillion La Vista School Foundation, helping it charter nearly 40 years ago. Their commitment to public service is equally impressive. Nancy and Jim were both elected to local and county office. Nancy had the distinction of being the first woman elected to the Sarpy County Board of Commissioners, and she later served as a state senator in our unicameral from 1997 to 2006, where she and I served briefly together. This week, their lifelong dedication, especially to Nebraska children, will be honored with the 2025 Reflection Award from the Midlands Community Foundation. On behalf of Nebraska's 1st District, congratulations to both Nancy and Jim, and thank you for your remarkable service. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized
Thank you,
for
Mr.
1
Speaker.
minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand to honor a profound legacy, Mr. John Willis Menard, who in 1868 became the first African-American elected to Congress. Even after winning 64% of the vote, members of this body denied him the rightful opportunity to take his seat by a vote of 57 to 130. Nevertheless, Mr. Menard bravely defended his right to represent the people of Louisiana and became the first African-American to speak on this floor. His fight for representation, even when denied his dignity and his seat, has paved the way for people like me. While in 1868, there was not a single African-American in Congress, today there are 67 African-Americans serving in the 119th Congress, a record number, largely due in part to the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and heroes like John Willis Menard. I thank the Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we're well aware that women's sports are under threat, and it's high time we actually finish the job in taking a stand against the threat against them. I'm very happy to partner with Mr. Stubbe once again in being supporting his bill on the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which is about fairness and ensuring that female athletes have the opportunity to compete on a level playing field, on their own playing field. Title IX is designed to give women and girls equal opportunities in sports. Biological males competing on those same fields with them undermines that intent and puts these athletes at a disadvantage and a lot of discomfort. This isn't about being exclusionary. It's really recognizing biological realities, protecting the integrity of women's and girls' sports. Female athletes should not have to compete against those with inherent physical advantages. The bill ensures that women can continue to compete fairly, earn scholarships, earn the medals, achieve their athletic goals without being sidelined by unfair competition. We must protect these opportunities and rights. I urge my colleagues to support this Stubbe bill and ensure that the future of women's sports remains fair and competitive, especially for women. Misguided policies erase what has been built for female athletes all this time. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Please revise and extend my
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to all the Angelenos who have been affected by the wildfires in Los Angeles County. It has been heartbreaking to learn of those who lost their lives and to witness the devastation of entire neighborhoods. I also want to extend my gratitude to the firefighters, first responders, and local officials who have been working tirelessly around the clock to combat the wildfires. Their heroism, bravery has been inspiring, and I know that because of their efforts, these wildfires will soon be contained. There is no doubt that their swift action saved lives. I joined Senators Padilla, Schiff, and 46 of my Democratic and Republican colleagues urging President Biden to grant Governor Gavin Newsom's request for a major disaster declaration. Thankfully, the President approved the Governor's request, and California has secured multiple fire management assistance grants from FEMA to ensure vital resources are available for local, state, and tribal agencies. However, these grants are not enough. I am also appalled by the recent calls for other sides to condition aid on a debt limit deal. Now is not the time to politicize this crisis. I strongly urge House leadership to immediately bring a supplemental spending bill to California's efforts to combat this fire and make Angelenos whole again. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the inspiring work being done by the Rochester Museum and Science Center, led by curator Jamie Jacobs, to create a new permanent educational exhibit that showcases contemporary indigenous artists inspired by their ancestors. This exhibit, titled Haudenosaunee: Continuity, Innovation, Resilience, honors the ingenuity of the indigenous people of North America and explores the role museums have played in preserving indigenous cultural heritage. At the heart of the remarkable project is curator Jamie Jacobs of the Tonawanda Seneca Nation. His leadership has honored the enduring legacy of the Haudenosaunee people and created a space for learning, reflection, and reconnection. The community of Rochester, New York celebrates this incredible achievement and extends our deepest gratitude to the Rochester Museum and Science Center and Jamie Jacobs for sharing these essential stories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 38, resolved.
Resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 39, resolved.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. So what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
This resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 40, resolved that the following named members be...
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Thanks.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up the bill H.R. 28, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 28, a bill to amend the Education Amendments of 1972 to provide that for purposes of determining compliance with Title IX of such act in athletics, sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth.
Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and the minority leader or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 28.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 28, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, authored by Representative Greg Steube. This bill is about a promise. More than 50 years ago, this country made a promise to women and girls across America. That promise, Title IX, said women and girls would have equal opportunities, both in the classroom and in athletics. For years, America has kept her promise. Prior to Title IX, only 300,000 women and girls participated in high school and college sports. By the 40th anniversary of Title IX's passage, the number was up to 3 million, and the numbers have continued to climb and grow ever since. Today, female participation in sports has increased over 1,000% at the high school level and over 600% at the college level since Title IX went into effect. Unfortunately, these wins for women and girls, ushered in by the promise of Title IX, have been under attack. The Biden-Harris administration pushed a radical rewrite of Title IX that would eliminate policies enacted by 26 states to protect equal athletic opportunities for women and girls. Even with last week's court order striking down the regulation and the Trump administration poised to do all sorts of harm in undoing the harm caused by this decision, nearly half of the states have no protections in place for female athletes. Mr. Speaker, kicking girls off sports teams to make way for biological males takes opportunities away from these girls. This means fewer college scholarships and fewer opportunities for girls. It also makes them second-class citizens in their own sports and puts their safety at risk. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act offers a new promise to America's women and girls. It will strengthen Title IX's protections for women, ensure a level playing field for female athletes, and protect the law from current and future radical regulatory schemes. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the so-called Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, a bill that will actually do the opposite and make sports more dangerous for women and girls. In fact, this bill will empower child predators, putting students across the country at increased risk. This is a one-size-fits-all bill that would apply equally to every sport, from K-12 schools to colleges. Currently, schools, parents, and communities manage youth sports leagues and write rules about who can participate in different sports at different levels. Many state schools and athletic associations across the country have allowed equal participation for transgender athletes for years, and it's working just fine. This legislation would revoke all federal funding from schools that include transgender students on girls' and women's sports teams, and this is damaging and discriminatory to transgender students who benefit, as all students do, from participating in school sports, and also damaging to the entire school that's threatened because federal funding benefits all students. Keep in mind, colleagues, that as of last month, of the approximately 510,000 athletes who play at the NCAA level, 10 are transgender. Not 10,000, 10 out of 510,000. Transgender students, like all students, they deserve the same opportunity as their peers to learn teamwork, to find belonging, and to grow into well-rounded adults through sports. Childhood and adolescence, there are important times for growth and development, and sports help students form healthy habits and develop strong social and emotional skills. Sports provide meaningful opportunities for kids to feel confident in themselves and learn valuable life lessons about teamwork, leadership, and communication. Teams provide a place for kids to make friends and build relationships. Yet my colleagues across the aisle want to take these opportunities away from certain children. That's discriminatory and it's wrong. And my colleagues are apparently so afraid of people who are different from them that they've manufactured false and dangerous presumptions based on outdated stereotypes about transgender people, especially transgender women and girls. Additionally, there is no way this so-called protection bill could be enforced without opening the door to harassment and privacy violations. It opens the door to inspection, not protection, of women and girls in sports. Will students have to undergo exams to prove they're a girl? We're already seeing examples of harassment and questioning of girls who may not conform to stereotypical feminine roles. Will they be subject to demands for medical tests, private information? That's intrusive, offensive, and unacceptable, especially from a party of limited government. I want to be very clear. There are real problems harming women and girls in sports, but transgender students are not why. Today, we should be working to solve the real pervasive problems in athletics that deter women and girls from participating, including sexual harassment and assault, lack of equal resources, and pay inequality. We should be working on those issues and also on the issues that improve the lives of the people we represent back home, like increasing access to affordable health care and housing, lowering costs for everyday Americans, and fighting the climate crisis. But instead, here we are again. We've seen this time and time again. Republicans fearmonger about the trans community to divert attention from the fact that they have no real solutions to help everyday Americans with the pressing problems they face. We must not discriminate against kids because of who they are. Transgender youth already face high hurdles, and research shows that this type of discriminatory policy is associated with declines in mental health, higher suicide risk among already threatened LGBTQI youth. We don't need adults in Congress making things worse. As Republican Governor Spencer Cox from Utah said in his veto statement of a similar bill, when in doubt, however, I always try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion. So should we all. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The woman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3.5 minutes now to the common sense gentleman from Florida, Representative Greg Stubbe, the sponsor of this legislation.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this bill to the floor. Scripture reminds us that at the beginning of time, God created mankind as males and females, and he blessed them. All throughout humanity, we have recognized as a species that there are women and there are men as God created who are obviously biologically different and, dare I say, scientifically different. Even science agrees with this premise. Yet our culture and civilization continue to be subjected to the perverse lie that there are more than two genders, or that men can be women, or women can be men. The distinction between men and women is clear and evident, and the erasure of this division has been promulgated by those in the radical left who seek to dismantle the core foundation of our society. We must never let our country and the American way of life surrender to this immoral ideology. What a shame it is that over the last several years, the radical left has tried to corrupt the minds of many Americans with the ideology that gender is just a spectrum, that it's fluid. You can be whatever you want, whenever you want, depending on how you feel. To them, it's just a social construct. The radical left has taken gender identity so far that many on the left can't even define what a woman is, for fear of retribution or cancellation by transgender activists. They have adopted completely made-up terms, such as non-binary, trans male, trans female. Some even say there are 74 genders. 74. Everything from agender to omnigender. There's even an astral gender, which is having a gender identity where you feel related to outer space. How can the radical left be able to identify that gender, yet they can't even define what a woman is? Not too long ago, progressives would say all that's ridiculous, but today it's their religion. And if you question their lies and fictitious terms, you're labeled a transphobic bigot and canceled. In giving homage to the trans movement, radical leftists have given way to the corruption of the minds of our nation's youth by dismantling the very protections that Congress created to ensure fairness in education and athletics. In 1972, Congress created Title IX to protect women's sports and to give women their own playing field in athletics. In worship to their trans idols, radical leftists want to kill Title IX, abandoning women across the country. Parents don't want biological men in locker rooms with their daughters, nor do they believe it's fair that a male can compete with women in female athletics. This is why Title IX protections were implemented in the first place. Radical leftists want you to believe that this is never happening, or it's so rare we shouldn't be concerned. The other side just made a comment about so few of these people are involved in college athletics. The truth of the matter proves otherwise. In my very own district, my constituent, Emma Wyant, an incredibly talented swimmer and Olympic medalist, lost a 2022 NCAA Women's Swimming Championship title for the 500-meter freestyle by less than 2 seconds. The man who beat her formerly competed for years on the men's swimming team and took home that title after identifying as a woman. It's a sad day in our country when radical leftists are willing to erase the rights that women have fought decades to obtain, all to elevate biological males to the top of women's platforms. An overwhelming majority of Americans believe that men don't belong in women's sports and that we must allow common sense to prevail. This bill will deliver upon the mandate the American people gave Congress to restore the integrity of women's sports just as Title IX intended. Now is our time to act. If my liberal colleagues truly believe in supporting women's rights, as they often tout, they will vote in favor of this bill. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand for women's free and fair opportunities in athletics and to stand for truth, not lies. I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
As trans student and successful athlete Rebecca said, I know what it's like to have my gender questioned. It's invasive and embarrassing. I don't want others to go through that. It's awful. Legislators are bullying kids. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong, unequivocal opposition to H.R. 28, the Republican Child Predator Empowerment Act. This bill lets politicians in Washington dictate to parents, school districts, and athletic associations across the country who can and cannot participate in their local sports leagues. It creates a one-size-fits-all policy that holds a kindergartner wanting to play soccer to the same standards as an elite athlete. This legislation undermines the very values we hold dear as Americans: fairness, opportunity, and the belief in the power of local communities to make decisions for themselves. Even conservative governors in states like Indiana and Utah recognized this and vetoed similar bills. Just as troubling, the bill's language opens the door to invasive and degrading, humiliating physical examinations of children who simply want to play softball or join a basketball team. Mr. Speaker, our communities thrive when every child can be part of a team, learn sportsmanship, and challenge themselves. They falter when we write exclusion and fear into our laws. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would call attention to the fact that we, in this bill, offer no requirement for any type of invasive checks on women or men. They simply have to go to the birth certificate. That will give the answer. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Representative Rulli, member of the Education and Workforce Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today in support of H.R. 28, and I urge the House to pass this bill. There is no reason we should even be having this conversation right now. H.R. 28 is a woman's right bill to protect Title IX, which was constructed to protect women's rights. This first became on my radar when I had a lesbian couple shopping in my store who asked me to step aside and if they could talk to me for a minute while I was a member of the Ohio Senate. They said, you need to protect women's sports. We had Title IX. Since we had Stonewall 50 years ago, this couple told me they have worked their entire life for women's rights. What my opposition party is doing is blurring the lines of what is a woman and what is a man. My daughter has played soccer her entire life. She is scared to death to play right now. She's seen the videos of what trans athletes have been doing to women athletes as far as breaking their faces in volleyball and basketball and baseball. We do not have a clear level playing field when we have the trans community participating in women's sports. We need to protect the concept of the woman. And the woman must be protected, and H.R. 28 is the only path forward. It is shameful that the opposition party does not support the protection of women. We have to define what a woman is again, and H.R. 28 is the only vehicle that could actually protect women in America, and whether it's in high school or whether it's in college, for them to pursue their dreams. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield my balance of time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Just a reminder that this bill applies to every student of every age and every sport the same way. And as Flynn, a successful trans athlete, said, the next time you see a story about trans athletes, think of the children behind the story who are just trying to play a game with their peers. And I yield 1 minute to my colleague from North Carolina, Representative Adams.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise because this bill threatens the principles that make our schools and sports fields places of opportunity. This bill does not protect anyone. It unjustly targets transgender women and girls under the guise of fairness. But exclusion is not fairness, Mr. Speaker. Fairness is ensuring that every athlete can participate, grow, and thrive. And for this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If the House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. Title IX was originally passed to address the structural imbalances between men and women's sports disparities that continue to pose an actual threat to women and girls in sports today. My amendment, based on my Fair Play for Women Act, would strengthen Title IX enforcement and protect all women by increasing accountability, transparency, and training in athletic programs. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Allen, who also chairs the Education and Workforce Subcommittee on Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, a common-sense bill to ensure female athletes only compete with biological females. Unfortunately, in just 4 years under the Biden administration, Title IX has been under constant attack, jeopardizing women's safety, athletic opportunities, and chances for success. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have followed suit. Last Congress, not one single Democrat voted in support of this bill on the House floor. I hear about this issue consistently in my district, and I'm often told by parents to put an end to this nonsense. How many of history's most prolific female athletes would never have reached such heights if they were forced to compete against biological males? When will Democrats learn that the American people fundamentally reject their radical agenda? A Gallup poll recently said 70% of the American people believe we should protect women's sports. I am a proud father to 3 daughters and a grandfather to 10 granddaughters, all of whom have competed or are currently competing in the sport of their choice. This bill is about protecting every female's pathway to athletic prowess, excellence, and opportunity. I thank Representative Stubbe for his leadership on this issue, and as a co-sponsor of today's bill, I strongly urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
I now am happy to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Whip Catherine Clark.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every single parent worries about their kids' safety. Every parent wants their daughters to be treated fairly, including on the sports field. That conversation is being had among parents, schools, experts, sports authorities across the country, as it should be. But this bill hijacks those conversations. It hijacks the real concerns that parents have raised. It exploits those concerns to place all of our daughters in danger. This bill doesn't protect a girl's rights. It eliminates them. It requires her to answer an adult's humiliating questions. It will accelerate our national crisis of sexual assault on young women and girls. It puts a target on the back of every girl, every young woman who chooses to play sports, whether that's t-ball to competitive collegiate athletes. Whatever the problem is we are trying to solve, the genital inspection of little girls is the wrong answer. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill and say no on empowering predators. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm shocked. I'm shocked at that description of this legislation and would ask where in the world that information is found in this bill. There is no requirement for inspections, and there's no necessary effort other than going to a person's birth certificate. Having said all of that, now let me turn, Mr. Speaker, and yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, one who knows about true competition in an equal nature and a just nature, as well as he wears a Super Bowl ring. He's also the vice chair of the Education Workforce Committee and chair of the subcommittee on higher education and workforce development. I yield him 2 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. 50 years ago, Title IX revolutionized women's sports, opening doors that had been closed for all previous generations. Because of Title IX, women's participation in athletics skyrocketed, over 1,000% in high schools and 600% in college athletics. This progress of equal opportunity for millions of girls and women for scholarships, honors, and careers and wealth has been under attack for the entirety of the Biden administration. By ignoring the biological, physical, genetic differences between men and women, this administration has dismantled the level playing field that women and girls deserve. This is about fairness, safety, and opportunity. When viewed through the eyes of common sense, it's obvious. When seen through the result of lost opportunities, it becomes clear that something valuable has been stolen. When men are allowed to compete in women's sports, not only are women no longer safe, but they also lose scholarships, championships, and opportunities to build self-esteem that lasts a lifetime. Young men also lose when they embrace this ideology of unfairness and call it admirable. It's called loss of shame. I have 5 daughters and 12 granddaughters. I've stood on the sidelines and watched them pour their hearts and souls into sports that they love. I'm seeing their grit, determination, and pride as they worked hard, hoping to be victorious. And even when they're not, these moments of competing add to lifelong building blocks of character. What message are we sending to our girls when we tell them their hard work doesn't matter? What is our message as we cowardly stand as boys and men steal their opportunities, dominate their sports, and erase their records? This debate isn't about sports. It's about what kind of country we're going to be. Do we remain a nation that stands for fairness, celebrates achievement, defends the rights of our girls and women, or do we devolve into a country that bows to the radical ideologies at their expense? An overwhelming majority of Americans have boldly spoken out for the vision of our country, our society.
Gentleman's
we
time
see
has
it as it
expired.
continues to teach our young men to respect.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Can I, yeah. True respect, the only respect they can earn is that they respect, defend, and honor womanhood. Our daughters and women are watching. The message of men standing quietly on the sideline to this issue is time to man up. These are girls and women in our lives who depend on you to stand and fight for what's right. Now is the time to protect them from men who want to infringe on their spaces and their sports. To my colleagues on the other sides of the aisle, please join us as we support the protection of girls and women's sports.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman
Thank
from
you.
Oregon is recognized.
Thank you. In light of the comment that the gentleman from Michigan who's managing the time on the other side of the aisle made about birth certificates, I want to remind my colleagues that in the discussion on the similar bill, we had a conversation about how millions of birth certificates in this country, there's a considerable number of children who are born either intersex or with ambiguous genitalia. So if the gentleman would yield for a question of how you plan to enforce this bill, because you're saying birth certificates, but those aren't necessarily reliable. Will you yield to a question?
Certainly. That bill doesn't deal with this at all. It deals with men and women.
I'm
in
reclaiming
their
my
individual
time.
sports.
I'm now yielding a minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this hateful bill. This bill is a cruel attack on transgender children, already among the most vulnerable in our society, facing high risks of suicide, violence, and bullying. Let's be clear. This bill isn't about fairness. The NCAA stated last month that there are fewer than 10 transgender athletes in collegiate sports out of 510,000, less than 0.002% of athletes. The rare cases Republicans cite are outliers, not evidence of a systemic issue. To deal with this 0.002%, the bill opens the door to invasive scrutiny of all girls' bodies, violating their privacy and dignity. Little girls would be forced to have their, quote, biological sex verified through humiliating physical examinations of their genitals by strangers and forced to present documentation about their anatomy. In states with similar bans, even cisgender girls deemed not feminine enough have faced harassment, humiliation, and been forced to undergo genital examination. This isn't fairness, it's cruelty. I urge my colleagues to reject this hateful bill and focus on real issues affecting our schools and communities. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Representative Miller, who is member of the Education Workforce Committee and a strong leader in protecting womanhood, girls, and Title IX.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in defense of women. I rise in support of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which safeguards our daughters from the radical Democrats' agenda to have our daughters and granddaughters compete against and share locker rooms with men. Allowing grown men to compete in women's sports puts the safety of our daughters at risk. We have already seen numerous examples of female athletes being injured by grown men who claim to be women. The physical advantages possessed by male athletes are undeniable. Allowing men to compete alongside women undermines the integrity of women's sports and diminishes the hard work, dedication, and dreams of female athletes. This bill ensures that individuals participate in sports according to their biological sex and keeps men out of our daughters' locker rooms and showers. By passing this bill, we honor the legacy of Title IX and protect the future of women's athletics. And may I have 5 seconds?
Yield 5 seconds.
And we are sending a clear message to the radical Democrats. We will no longer tolerate our daughters being taken advantage of. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the GOP Child Predator Empowerment Act. This bill is an egregious attack on young women and girls. Everyone in this room knows that this legislation has the power to threaten the physical and mental safety of minors. Schools and athletic institutions already have rules around fairness and safety in children's sports. This is literally why we have the NCAA. This bill is textbook government overreach meant to fuel division. Further, this bill provides no enforcement guidelines, insinuating that Republicans are just fine with subjecting young women and girls to invasive, humiliating medical examinations and physical inspections. This is an attack on the mental and sexual safety of all girls in this country as young as kindergarten. Everyone deserves to have the opportunity to learn the camaraderie and life lessons that come with playing sports. I am a strong no on this legislation because I believe we should be making our children safer, not empowering adult strangers to investigate their most private physicality. Congress needs to get back to our jobs, lowering costs for everyday families, and working on issues that affect the vast majority of us. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, new member of the Education Workforce Committee, Mr. Under.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 28 and urge the House to pass this important bill. For the past 50 years, Title IX has been an unqualified success at increasing participation of girls and young women in sports at both the collegiate and the secondary level. But for 2 years, by allowing men identifying as women to dominate many events in women's sports, the Biden administration has perversely used Title IX to destroy the very gains that Title IX has fostered for young women. The issue is one of fundamental fairness. Males have a greater lung capacity, larger hearts, more bone density, and dramatically more muscle mass than girls, all of which lead to an enormous competitive advantage in many sports. Champion Olympic sprinter Allison Felix's lifetime best time in the 400 meters was 49.26 seconds. In 2017 alone, 15,000 young men, high school men and boys, outperformed that time. And swimmer Will, aka Leah Thomas, ranked 462nd in his sport as a man, only to steal the NCAA 500-meter freestyle championship as a purported woman. To accept men in women's sports is to destroy women's sports. Being a male or female is a biological reality that cannot be changed by a few months of hormones or by clothes or by radical gender ideology. The future of our young women and girls and the gains they have made through 50 years of Title IX must be protected. And I urge my colleagues to support this important bill. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Can I please inquire on the time remaining on both sides?
The gentlelady from Oregon has 18 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Michigan has 15 minutes remaining.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Representative Kelly.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, every child should be afforded the opportunity to learn the essential lessons of sportsmanship, resilience, and discipline that playing team sports offers. This includes transgender children, who make up a very small number of young athletes. A transgender child who joins a sports team does so for the same reason that any other child does. They want to stay active, feed their hunger for competition, and form friendships with children their age. This typical experience, however, has been stifled by politicians who want to exercise authority on transgender students by prohibiting them from participating on sports teams with their peers. This bill really distracts us from what really matters to our constituents. I thought my colleagues would join me in wanting to continue delivering for people back home by expanding healthcare initiatives, improving economic opportunities, and fostering public safety. Instead, an attack has been launched on a community that is of marginalized people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, an incoming member of the Education Workforce Committee, Representative Harris.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, North Carolina high schooler Peyton McNabb was seriously injured when a teenage boy spiked a ball into her head during a girls' volleyball game, leaving her with a concussion and permanent injuries. Despite stories like Peyton's, the left continues to want us to believe it's totally safe for men to compete against women. In fact, the current administration tried to impose this radical agenda across our nation. The truth is, President Biden's attempt to redefine the word sex in Title IX robs our daughters of opportunity and leaves them vulnerable. Thankfully, the Biden administration's perverted rule was invalidated at the national level by a federal court just this past week. However, I stand today because Congress needs to make it clear that Title IX cannot and will not be weaponized to perpetuate a lie that men can become women. This bill simply affirms common sense and reflects reality. Men and women are uniquely created by God, and no amount of testosterone therapy can reverse biological design. On behalf of the women and girls I represent in North Carolina and those across America, I will vote yes for the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act and fight to restore sanity. And I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Just another reminder that this bill is a blanket ban that treats every age student and every sport the same. And I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Representative Quigley.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a cynical scapegoating of a vulnerable population. To make matters worse, it's a hateful attack on kids. Trans kids deserve to play sports just like their peers, and Congress can't bar them from the field. All young people should be able to benefit from team sports, building character, developing friendships, and improving their mental health. Organizations like the NCAA, International Olympic Committee, and state athletic boards have included trans athletes for years. Instead of following their lead, my colleagues want to codify hate and discrimination against all trans kids in all sports. Not so long ago, all women were banned from school sports until the passage of Title IX. And even then, extremists preached that women playing sports was the end of sports as we know it. Today's rhetoric about trans women and girls is no different and will soon be seen as just as outdated and absurd. Every child should be able to join a team that is consistent with their gender and benefit from sports. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Representative Messmer, who's an incoming member of the Education Workforce Committee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Walberg, for yielding time. And thanks to Congressman Stubbe for introducing this important legislation. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Protecting Women and Girls in Sports Act and would like to clarify a comment from the gentleman on the other side. that as Majority Leader of the Indiana Senate, we easily overrode the governor's veto of our state law protecting women in sports. Since the passage of Title IX in 1972, female participation at high school and collegiate level has risen dramatically. Competitive sports are very important to the students and families in Indiana's 8th District and all athletes around this great country. The Biden administration's recent attempt to rewrite and reimagine Title IX is threatening to erase more than 50 years of progress in women's rights and equal opportunities for all female athletes. It's a simple fact of life: men and women are biologically different, and that men and boys have levels of strength that women and girls do not have. Allowing men to compete in women's sports is unfair to the women and girls, and it takes away their chance to receive scholarships and be recognized and rewarded for their hard work, skills, and accomplishments. Over the last couple of years, we have all watched in disbelief as top female athletes are losing their hard-earned titles to biological males who are competing as females. Americans are also horrified to learn about the injuries women and girls are facing when in competition with a biological male. As a father and grandfather, I'm entirely against forcing anybody's daughter or granddaughter to have to share a woman's locker room with anyone other than women and girls. As the results of the November election have made clear, that Americans agree with me and my colleagues. It's time for a change back to the way things were intended to be. Title IX was created to protect equality and opportunity for women and girls in sports. Thanks to this legislation, we will go back to doing just that. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
I'm honored to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Representative Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Madam Ranking Member. Here we are today, Republicans who have voted consistently against the Violence Against Women Act, who have taken away the right of all women to choose and have control over their own body, who, as women are bleeding out in parking lots across the country, standing there, allowing us to die, now want to pretend today that they care about women. And why? To open up gender and, yes, genital examinations into little girls in this country in the so-called name of attacking trans girls. And to that, today, what we have to say are 2 words: not today. The majority right now says there's no place in this bill that says it opens up for genital examinations. Well, here's the thing. There's no enforcement mechanism in this bill. And when there is no enforcement mechanism, you open the door to every enforcement mechanism. Trans girls are girls. And for all the folks that are so concerned, thank you for your concern about women for the first time that I've seen. I don't know about y'all, I don't know who's been to gym class lately, but girls, even if you only believe in 2 genders, I've played co-ed sports all the time. But what this also opens the door for is for women to try to perform a very specific kind of femininity for the very kind of men who are drafting this bill, and to open up questioning of who is a woman because of how we look, how we present ourselves, and yes, what we choose to do with our bodies. I know who loves this bill. Yes, bigoted folks love this bill. Assaulters love this bill. But also, CEOs love this bill. Because Los Angeles is on fire right now. And this is the #1 priority this majority has. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Carter, Chair of the Health Subcommittee of Energy and Commerce Committee.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which ensures fairness and safety in girls' athletics. For the past 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration and congressional Democrats have made it very clear they want men competing against our daughters and granddaughters. They want to force schools to allow biological males to share private spaces with biological females and compete in women's sports, and that is wrong. In fact, the vast majority of Americans agree that men do not belong in women's sports or in women's locker rooms. Ask working-class Americans if Michael Phelps should have swam the women's 200-meter freestyle. No. That is why we must protect women's sports, and under President-elect Trump's leadership, we are already fulfilling that promise. This week, the House of Representatives will stand with all young women and girls who deserve to have the opportunity to compete safely and fairly. As a grandfather to 6 wonderful, capable granddaughters, this is important to me. This bill will safeguard and uphold the integrity and safety of women's sports and the true intention of Title IX, allowing all women the opportunity to achieve excellence in sports. I commend Representative Stubbe for working on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Can I please have a time check on time remaining on both sides?
The gentlewoman has 14 minutes remaining. The gentleman has 10 minutes remaining.
I now am happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Representative Landsman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I hate bullies. This bill is about bullying children. Children struggle with identity, gender and otherwise. And as a parent of 2 and a former teacher, I need all adults, including politicians and lawmakers, to help my wife and me protect our children, to support them, to give them a sense of purpose and belonging. But the bill does the opposite. You're just picking on children. Our government is not supposed to be this intrusive. Your government has become incredibly intrusive. You're in our doctor's offices banning reproductive freedom. You're in our classrooms banning books and telling teachers what they can and can't say. Now you're in my daughter's locker room requiring physical exams of children. It is so profoundly disgusting and inappropriate and un-American. We have an economy to fix, a border crisis to address, a budget to balance. My request to my colleagues is to focus. Stop bullying children. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. Members are reminded to direct your comments to the chair. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Representative Hagelin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 28 to prohibit federally funded schools from allowing men to compete in women's sports. Mr. Speaker, I find it truly staggering that we as Congress have to even consider such an issue, but here we are. Under the last 4 years of the outgoing administration, we have witnessed the imposition of a radical gender ideology that has disregarded the most fundamentals of biological principles with an expectation that Americans must redefine their perception and beliefs, no questions asked. We have stood by and watched as this administration and career D.C. bureaucrats have sought to twist and manipulate the meaning and purpose behind Title IX, which, if successful, would have disenfranchised the very women and girls that Title IX was meant to protect. Despite Title IX for over half a century since its inception, having paved the way for millions of women and girls, including myself, to achieve their dreams, its very existence has been consistently under threat on behalf of an unaccountable federal bureaucracy. It is past time that we as a government restore the sanity that has been lost over the last 4 years, and it brings me great pride to witness this critical issue at the forefront of the new Congress so that we may truly act upon the American people's mandate. As a co-sponsor of this bill, I want to thank Representative Stubbe, along with the Education and Workforce Committee, for their committed leadership on this issue, and I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 28. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Representative Jacobs.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. It's honestly hard to know where even to start with this bill. Maybe let's start with the name. This bill doesn't even come close to protecting women and girls in sports. In fact, it puts all women and girls in danger of sexual abuse. And I hear my colleagues say, no, this wouldn't require genital exams. Well, let me tell you, we've already seen an investigation like this happen at a high school in Utah. And unsurprisingly, they wrongly targeted someone who wasn't trans. Because if this bill is passed into law, there is only a few ways to actually enforce it, and that is genital inspections, that is asking young girls very inappropriate questions about their menstrual cycles. My colleagues know I'm 35 years old. I love talking about my period. I think it's important we talk about it. We shouldn't be making young girls answer these questions to people that they don't even trust. If this bill is passed into law, these kinds of secret investigations, shady questions, and surveillance of kids could happen all across this country. This does not protect women and girls. This only further jeopardizes their safety and security when they're playing in sports. This bill is sloppy, vague, and prejudiced. I yield back.
Reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Representative August Pfluger.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in full support of H.R. 28, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Female athletes should never be forced to compete against biological men in sports, plain and simple. Allowing biological men to compete in female sports is not only a complete and utter failure to women who have trained their whole lives to achieve their dreams, but it also completely ignores the scientific fact that men and women have clear biological differences that make competing on the same sports team unfair and dangerous. Mr. Speaker, last year, the Biden administration tried to push a radical Title IX change that could have prevented any institution receiving federal funding from banning biological men from competing in women's sports. That's insane, and educational institutions have a responsibility to protect the women and girls that attend them, and this legislation ensures that they will be able to do just that. Let me be clear. Allowing biological men to compete in women's sports hurts women. It takes away opportunities, scholarship funds, and titles that are meant for women. As a father of 3 girls, this is personal to me. I want my girls to be able to succeed in the sports that they play. I want them to be safe. I want that to be a level playing field. And what we're talking about here is protecting women, protecting my 3 girls. The protection of women and girls' sports will prevent schools from allowing biological men to compete in women's sports by defining sex in an athletic competition by genetics at birth. I thank the gentleman and my good friend from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, for leading this effort, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman, also from Oregon, Representative Salinas.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 28. As a mother to a former child athlete, I get the need to keep our daughters safe and to ensure school sports are fair. Sadly, there is nothing in this bill to improve the safety of our daughters or improve fair play. In fact, the bill subjects girls, cisgender, transgender, all girls, to harm and ridicule and strips fairness from players and parents and school communities. This bill sets up an unfair playing field where any parent can raise a concern that a transgender girl may be playing on a girls' team. And we know this is so very rare. It's unfair to the girls who may be targeted because they grow faster, play harder, or simply might be more talented than their teammates. This bill is unfair to the school districts who can't navigate the threats of lawsuits but also can't afford to lose federal funding, leaving students without sports or school meals. This bill is unfair to the girl athletes who could be subject to genital inspections and subject to humiliation, leaving them with a legacy of trauma rather than the lessons of teamwork and sportsmanship. Finally, this bill is unfair to the American people who are demanding that we take their call to address the cost of living seriously. I urge my colleagues to leave these decisions in the hands of parents and local sports authorities and vote no on H.R. 28. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my good friend, the gentleman from California, Representative LaMalfa. The gentleman is recognized.
Thanks so much. I just have to do a reset here and say, why are we even having to discuss this? This is amazing to me that the idea that we would have XY chromosome males competing and taking the place of women and girls in sports is just mind-blowing. Where are we at in the country? Where are we in a society that we're doing this? It's beyond comprehension that we are doing this to our girls. Where are the feminists? Where are the people that have fought so hard to get rights for women, and now they fade into the background over this transgender situation that we're advancing way too much in this country? You know, the young ladies depicted here, Paula, Lily, and Riley, who I know personally, they shouldn't even have to be in this position here. And I commend them for being such strong leaders, coming from being athletes, just trying to do the thing, just trying to compete for medals and and scholarships and things and having those taken away, that they have stepped forward to be leaders when they didn't ask to, and they probably weren't even that comfortable with the spotlight, and certainly they've been subject to abuse in doing so. God bless them with their leadership and stepping forward. We need to back them up by passing this legislation and put this to an end. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The lady from Oregon is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Representative Dexter.
The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a working-class kid who grew up playing sports, the mother to 2 college athletes, and a physician, I understand how important sports are to our kids' development and their sense of community. No child in this country should be denied access to the opportunity to play a sport, including our transgender children. I will vote against the GOP Child Predator Empowerment Act because it does not protect women, it attacks children. Under this bill, kids as young as 4 years old could be forced to undergo invasive medical exams and answer personal questions about their bodies to adults who they don't know nor trust. This legislation distorts common sense conversations about how to ensure fairness in our athletic competitions and instead denies our children their basic rights and safety. In Congress, I will continue to stand up against attacks on our transgender community because every child in Oregon deserves our support and care. I yield back. Thank you.
Lady reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm privileged to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Representative Alford.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong and unwavering support for protecting women, protecting women's sports, and passing H.R. 28, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. The Biden administration fought to tear down the decades of progress women have made in athletics. Women have been stripped of their earned titles and live in fear for their safety in the locker rooms of America. Women like Riley Gaines, Lily Mullins, and Paula Scanlon, and so many other unspoken stories. Last week, the federal court ruled in favor of reality. Biden tried to rewrite Title IX, and his unconstitutional idea was rejected. Let's vote in favor of reality today. The Protecting Women and Girls in Sports Act clarifies the protections under Title IX and makes sure our women can continue to compete in fair and secure environments. It is an insult and utter disgrace to have them robbed of the triumph by a biological male. We're told that if this bill passed, President Biden would veto it. Well, Mr. Speaker, on November 5th, the American people vetoed the radical left's progressive agenda, and next week, America will return to common sense. I pray that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle remember common sense today in this very chamber. It is not complex, Mr. Speaker. God intricately created 2 genders for one reason. Men have no business competing in women's sports, nor being in their locker rooms. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The lady from Oregon is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Representative Randall.
The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a queer woman, once the only girl on my Pee Wee football team, a graduate from a women's college, in strong opposition to H.R. 28. This bill makes schools less safe for women and girls. It gives every teacher, coach, and parent an opportunity to police who looks feminine enough to play. It will put all girls at risk of intrusive questions and physical genital examinations, dissuading girls' participation in sports. And as LGBTQ+ youth continue to face attacks and targeting from extremist lawmakers in legislative chambers across the country and higher rates of depression and suicide, this bill is doubly dangerous. In my community, I meet young people and parents over and over who fled states like Idaho and Texas and Florida because they want to live in safe, welcoming communities where they know they have a future. Well, there are real problems impacting women's sports, including sexual violence, lack of equal resources, and pay inequality. This bill does nothing to address them. I urge all my colleagues to focus on addressing the pressing issues facing everyday Americans and to reject this hateful, partisan legislation. And I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Jim reserves. Lady from Oregon is recognized.
I now recognize my colleague from Vermont, Ms. Ballant, Representative Ballant, for 1 minute.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in fierce opposition to this bill.
Trans Americans are not the problem. This obsession with monitoring kids' genitals is absolutely the problem. Let's be clear. This is about kids. My kids, your kids, all kids, even elementary school kids playing basketball. I'm a mom of 2 teens. I'm a former teacher. I know what kids are going through in school. They're already self-conscious about their bodies. They just want to be on the soccer field with their friends. They certainly do not want to be humiliated by members of Congress. So come on, let's talk about what enforcement looks like, because you guys, you don't want to talk about it. We know there is only one logical conclusion to this. This is interrogation of young girls about their bodies. This is asking people to show them what is underneath their underwear. That is what we're talking about. This is the logical conclusion for this bill. So it's vile, it's twisted, they don't want to talk about the details. It's an absolute invasion of children's privacy.
The gentlelady's time has
protecting
expired.
anyone, it puts our children at risk. And actually, I urge colleagues on both sides
The
of the
gentlelady's
aisle
time has
to
expired.
reject this government overreach. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized. I reserve. The gentleman reserves.
Can I please inquire on the remaining time?
The gentlelady from Oregon has 8 minutes left.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Representative Hoyle.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. This bill is a clear example of government overreach. What business does the government have micromanaging how any sporting association runs their league? Having a congressional vote to dictate the terms of participation in a private sporting league is a slippery slope. What's next? Voting on what uniforms the Ducks should wear each Saturday? Or more sinisterly, who can participate based on race, religion, or national origin? Government has a role, and this isn't it. So how do my colleagues propose to enforce this bill? Ohio passed the Save Women in Sports Act, where girls would have to verify her gender by an exam of her external and internal anatomy, traumatizing girls who happen to be late and physically maturing or naturally have a more athletic build to satisfy extreme political agendas is fear-mongering and not leadership. It's cowardice and downright creepy. And who would be doing these inspections? We do not need Taliban-like enforcers in our schools. Every day, women are injured and murdered in domestic violence, and children are murdered in their classroom. If you want to protect women and girls, let's work on that. Until then, let's be honest about what this is. Political propaganda that has nothing to do with lowering the cost of working Americans.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized. Mr. Speaker, continuing to hear the talk about invasion of privacy of young kids. It's just not true. On the other hand, let me explain to my colleagues what is invasive. Last year, Riley Gaines, the former University of Kentucky swimmer, testified in the front of the Georgia State Legislature, and addressing Georgia Tech's president, she said, "We did not give our consent to be exploited and exposed to a 6'4", fully naked man. Because you did nothing. That man walked into our women's locker room at your university and saw me undressed down to full nudity. You allowed college women to be traumatized on your campus in this way. Why didn't you protect us?" I ask the same to my Democrat colleagues, Mr. Speaker. Why aren't they willing to protect the women and the girls from this invasion of their privacy? I yield back. I reserve. Does the gentleman reserve? The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Representative Pocan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the third week we're in the 119th Congress, and the third week that no bill is before us to lower costs for Americans. Before us, instead, is a political attempt to divide us as a nation, stigmatizing some kids so some adults can get MAGA merit badges. The Republican governor of Utah vetoed a similar piece of legislation after he shared that of the 75,000 students in high school sports in Utah, only 4 were trans and only 1 a girl playing sports. But he also mentioned the very real 86% of trans kids reporting suicidality due to things like adults stigmatizing kids for political gain. Instead, today, the proposed solution is in search of an actual problem, suggests we somehow ban girls from sports with some sort of process to determine who is a girl. Does this mean hiring potential predators to peek at the private parts of kids in locker rooms? Now that sounds like an actual problem to me. Creating a solution to a non-existent problem by creating a problem instead of lowering costs for Americans is a sign of an ineffective congressional majority at best. I urge a no vote. And I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Representative Stansbury.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would like to know is, what does this bill have to do with lowering costs, the economy, making our communities safer? The answer is nothing. We are 2 weeks into the 119th Congress, and already the GOP is wasting our time on political messaging bills. This bill is not about protecting women or children. It's the opposite. It's about government overreach, telling parents their kids can't play t-ball or run track, telling our athletic associations they can't regulate sports. It's about bullying trans kids who are amongst the most vulnerable in our communities and subjecting our children to potentially dangerous situations in their schools. And we won't stand for it. It has to stop. H.R. 28 is an assault on the safety of the trans community and our children. It puts hate and division over unity, and it undermines equality in this country. It has to stop. And that is why I oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Yes, can I please inquire about the remaining time?
The gentlelady has 5 minutes remaining.
I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Representative Frost.
The gentleman has the floor and is recognized.
Never did I think that my first debate of this new Congress would be debating a Republican bill that empowers pedophiles and predators. They say it's about protecting women, but that's a damn lie. This bill puts all girls, all children at risk in our school systems and across this entire country. We have a bill like this in my state of Florida. And I'll tell you this quick story of a high school student who was student government president of her entire school. And now she's forced to take classes online after authorities published a 500-page report where they forced her classmates to share whether or not they have seen her naked in the locker room and seen her genitalia. Strangers, adult men, could ask girls as young as 4 years old personal questions about their body. And so my question is, they say it's about protecting girls, but for people listening at home, is it protecting girls to empower strangers to question your daughter about what's in their pants? No, it's disgusting. Is it protecting girls to empower adult men to ask your daughter to inspect what's in her pants while you're not around? No, that is pedophilia. It is predatory behavior. The hate on the other side of the aisle for trans Americans is so much so that they're willing to put all of our children, all of our daughters at risk of a serious problem in this country. So to protect our kids, we have to vote no on the Republican Child Predator Empowerment Act. I yield back.
The lady reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
How much time do we have remaining, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman has 3.5 minutes.
Okay. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The lady from Oregon, the gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter led by the National Women's Law Center and the Women's Sports Foundation from 33 national and 34 state and local women's and girls' rights organizations to voice our vehement opposition to H.R. 28. Also, a letter by the Leadership Conference for Civil and Human Rights with signatories from 117 national and 289 regional, state, and local civil rights organizations rejecting the so-called Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025 because it would harm women and girls and undermine civil rights for all students. And also a letter from Randy Weingarten, president of the American Federation of Teachers. On behalf of the 1.8 million members of the AFT, I write to urge you to oppose H.R. 28, the so-called Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025, and to reject its attacks on our students, and I reserve.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized. I reserve. The gentleman who reserves.
So I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized.
And can you please tell me the remaining time?
3.5 minutes.
Thank you. My colleagues, Congress has the power and the responsibility to make a real difference for Americans. Yet we are starting this Congress with a bill dangerously picking on an extremely small number of children and young adults, putting all children and young adults at risk. These attacks are fueled by discrimination, not facts. A poll from 2022 found that 2/3 of LGBTQI+ youth report that recent debates about state laws restricting the rights of transgender people have negatively affected their mental health. And today, my colleagues are furthering this hate. America already has a youth mental health crisis, and my colleagues are exacerbating it by promoting these hateful policies, and that's unacceptable. Let's talk about ways to champion opportunity in sports for all women and girls. 2 years ago, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Title IX, which protects people from discrimination based on sex in education programs or activities. And under Title IX, we've seen a considerable increase in the number of female students participating in sports. But college women still have nearly 60,000 fewer athletic opportunities than men. And high school girls have about 1 million fewer opportunities to play sports than high school boys. Okay, do my colleagues care only about women's sports when it benefits partisan talking points? Apparently so, because preventing transgender women and girls, who make up only a tiny fraction of a percent of college athletes, from participating in sports, that seems to be more important to my colleagues than starting this 119th Congress with legislation that would protect female athletes from assault or harassment. My colleagues, we should focus our work on promoting policies that make sports safe, accessible, and fair for everyone. This bill does not do that. And I emphasize it, my colleagues still have not explained how enforcement is going to happen without serious and risky invasions of privacy and the inquiry of intensely personal information. So I urge my colleagues, show some compassion, show some humanity. Please reject this partisan bill that will harm our nation's youth. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Oregon yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It saddens me to hear my colleagues, who I respect and enjoy working with on most things, totally unrecognizing the fact that the American people, parents and grandparents, teachers, don't stand with them, and organizations that are purported today aren't speaking for the benefit of girls and women. It's absolutely heart-wrenching to see daughters and sisters lose races. The strides women have made across all corners of the sports world deserve to be celebrated and protected. Like it or not, sports are based on physical ability. Pretending otherwise is a stark denial of reality. Erasing sex means ultimately erasing women, especially when it comes to sports. Girls and women lose a fair chance to compete when a biological male enters the field. We can't let women's sports become collateral damage in the far left's campaign against a traditional science-based understanding of sex. Allowing women and girls to suffer for the sake of dishonesty of wokeness is inexcusable. We need to stand for women and girls. And I believe that the constituents in overwhelming majority, understand what my colleagues are posturing with, that's not what we're talking about. We're standing for affirming Title IX, affirming women, affirming girls, and protecting them for their abilities to succeed in the future. I plead with my Democrat colleagues to join us. To join us in celebrating women and girls, the female athlete, and females in general. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Education Amendments of 1972 to provide that for purposes of determining compliance with Title IX of such act in athletics, sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Adams of North Carolina moves to recommit the bill H.R. 28 to the Committee on Education and Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 153, the motion to recommit H.R. 28, and passage of H.R. 28 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 153, on which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 153, a bill to provide for an online repository for certain reporting requirements for recipients of federal disaster assistance and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Yeas are 416. The nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon. Again. Time. On this vote, the yeas are 423. The nays are. Come on, y'all. Voted. The yeas are 426, nays 0. 2/3 being the affirmative. Rules are suspended. Bills passed. Without objection, motion reconsidered later on the table. Nobody can sneak it in. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the question of the motion to recommit on H.R. 28 offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Adams, on which the yeas and nays order. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 28 offered by Ms. Adams of North Carolina.
Questions on re-agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes. Electronic device, 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. Question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The bill is not passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for yeas and nays in final passage.
The yeas and nays are ordered. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen. The yeas are ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. Yeah, why do we... On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 206, one voted present. The bill is passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Who's it? The chair will receive a message.
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, messages.
House will be in order, please.
Mr. Speaker,
Chair will
messages
receive
from
message.
the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives.
Suspend. Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing. Messages in writing.
Okay. The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations outside. The House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations outside. Now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
Pennsylvania. For what purpose is the gentleman from Pennsylvania?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
No, I didn't make it. Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
Proceed. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in celebration of House passage of H.R. 28, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. Sports have always been more than just a game. They are an opportunity for growth that teaches discipline, teamwork, and resilience. Involvement in sports opens doors, fosters lifelong friendships, and inspires confidence in young adults across the country. Unfortunately, due to radical policies implemented by the Biden-Harris administration and other far-left politicians nationwide, women and girls are losing critical protections that were afforded to them when Title IX was signed into law more than 50 years ago. We owe it to the millions of young women and girls striving to reach their fullest potential, both on and off the field, who deserve fairness and safety. The Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act honors the commitment we made through Title IX, defends the principles of fair competition, and ensures that athletes can compete in categories that reflect their biological realities. I'm proud to support this legislation today on the House floor, and I urge my Senate colleagues to pass it as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Advisors to my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I hear a lot from seniors in my district struggling to afford their prescriptions. I think that's wrong. This nation ought to care for the folks who raised us, who helped build this great country of ours. I rise to share some news today, Madam Speaker, that'll help. Now, most seniors will never pay more than $2,000 a year for their medicine. As of January 1st, for those already enrolled in an eligible Medicare plan, the cap is automatic, and once folks have paid $2,000 out of pocket for prescriptions in a year, they won't pay a dime more. This cap will give seniors more peace of mind that they can afford the medicine they need, and thousands of seniors in Western Pennsylvania will save money from this policy, cash that can go toward keeping a roof over their head or taking care of a grandkid. For too long, we've seen pharmacy benefit managers and Big Pharma rip us off, padding their pockets while people struggle to afford the medicine that they need to stay healthy. There's lots more to do, but this is an important step to bring down the costs for seniors in Western Pennsylvania. Madam Speaker, thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the birth of Mac Walter Tucker. Mark Tucker is the son of my Deputy Chief of Staff, Matt Tucker, and his wonderful wife, Sarah. Since my very first day in office, Matt has been by my side, working to help address the healthcare issues that matter most to my communities in South Central and Western Pennsylvania. The birth of a child offers both a time to reflect and an important time to look forward. As Matt and Sarah begin this new chapter of their lives, I'm not sure if baby Tucker will become a deacon or maybe a Hokie. My hopes are that he becomes a Nittany Lion. I'm excited to see them both have the opportunity to work with Mark as he grows and learns, as they raise their newborn son, and teach him about the important issues of life that matter most to a child, that matter most to his new family, to his community, to teach him the faith that he will grow in to become a proud American. Welcome, Mark Tucker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does a gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, drum roll, please. I rise to recognize a legendary drummer and, above all, an incredible human being, Sam the Man Lathan. Mr. Lathan was born and raised in Wilson, North Carolina. At 94, he has a deep passion for drums, which placed him on many stages, from playing for the iconic singer James Brown, the Monitors, to St. John AME Zion Church, his home church. Mr. Lathan has also served as an educator and drove a school bus. He is known for mentoring his former students. He has been featured in the African American Music Trails of North Carolina. Madam Speaker, joining many community members in recognizing Sam the Man Lathan for his love of drumming and community is indeed an honor. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in my first speech on the House floor to applaud the men and women powering America's spaceflight industry. I'm a proud resident of Florida's Space Coast, the launch pad for America's journey to the stars since the early days of NASA. But this is not just our past, it is our future. 2024 was a record-breaking year for the Space Coast with 93 successful launches crossing our skies. And in just the first few weeks of 2025, 5 more launches have taken place, proving that America's golden age of spaceflight is alive and well. This renaissance is powered by the game-changing private companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin, whose ingenuity has turned spaceflight into a thriving ecosystem of public-private collaboration. Dominance in space is central to America's economic strength and military readiness, and I am confident that with the leadership of Chairman Babin and President Trump, America will remain the global leader in space exploration and innovation. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak for 1 minute and modify my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, there's a great tragedy occurring in California as we speak. Members of the California delegation have spoken on the floor about the extraordinary damage, the loss of life, and the lives that have been disrupted. I was shocked to watch on television the elected leader of this House suggesting that federal assistance to deal with that tragedy would be conditioned. Didn't specify on what, but I would remind that gentleman that $120 billion has gone to Louisiana over the last 20 years dealing with the tragedies, Katrina, New Orleans, and the like, and that's not the total count. It would be unconscionable for this House to place any condition on the necessary assistance that Americans should give to our American people in Los Angeles. I would ask us to search our conscience and for the leader, elected leader of this House to do so also and put aside those requirements. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Patricia Berrigan Schreck, who sadly passed away at the age of 95. Ms. Schreck was a longtime organist and choir director for 66 years at the Cathedral Basilica of St. John the Baptist. At just 16 years old, Ms. Schreck became the organist at the cathedral in 1946. She managed several choirs, including the Savannah Catholic Deanery Choir, this SVA Alumni Choir, the Cathedral Men's Choir, and the Women's Choir. Ms. Schreck was also the music director at St. Vincent's Academy for 47 years of her career, where she taught choral singing and church music. Her service to the Academy was very impactful. Ms. Schreck composed a fight song in the Academy's alma mater, which are still sung today. She was awarded a medal for her work in the church by Saint Pope John Paul II and recognized by the city of Savannah, from which she was gifted a key to the city. Additionally, Savannah also declared Patty Berrigan Schreck Day on May 31st, 1981. Ms. Schreck will forever be remembered as a dedicated servant of God and her community through her service to the church and to the city of Savannah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to speak on the House floor today representing New York's 4th Congressional District, and I'm ready to get to work to deliver solutions for the issues that matter most to Long Island. We need to address the cost of living crisis, to secure our border, and to give hardworking Long Islanders a middle-class tax cut, reinstating the full SALT tax deduction. These issues aren't political. The American people are counting on all of us to put our differences aside and work together to put money back in people's pockets and get things done. Madam Speaker, my constituents have been clear. They want problems solved, not political extremism on either side. I'm honored to be their Congresswoman, and I look forward to working with anyone from any party who is serious about working productively to address the pressing issues that our working families face. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the situation in the West Bank declared by Executive Order 14115 of February 1, 2024 is to continue in effect beyond February 1, 2025. The situation in the West Bank, in particular high levels of extremist settler violence, forced displacement of people and villages, and property destruction has reached intolerable levels and constitutes a serious threat to the peace, security, and stability of the West Bank and Gaza, Israel, and the broader Middle East region. These actions undermine the foreign policy objectives of the United States, including the viability of a two-state solution and ensuring Israelis and Palestinians can attain equal measures of security, prosperity, and freedom. They also undermine the security of Israel and have the potential to lead broader regional destabilization across the Middle East, threatening United States personnel and its interests. The situation in the West Bank continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14115 with respect to the situation in the West Bank. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, January 14, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, I transmit herewith a report to Congress with respect to the proposed rescission of Cuba's designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, January 14, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, I am pleased to transmit to Congress, pursuant to subsections 123B and 123D of the Atomic Energy Act of 1954, as amended 42 U.S.C. 2153B, D, the Act, the text of an agreement for cooperation between the Government of the United States of America and the Government of the Kingdom of Thailand concerning peaceful uses of nuclear energy, the agreement. I'm also pleased to transmit by written approval, authorization, and determination concerning the agreement and an unclassified nuclear proliferation assessment statement, NPAS, concerning the agreement. In accordance with Section 123 of the Act, a classified annex to the NPAS prepared by the Secretary of State in consultation with the Director of National Intelligence, summarizing relevant classified information, will be submitted to the Congress separately. The joint memorandum submitted to me by the Secretaries of State and Energy and a letter from the Chair of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission Stating the views of the Commission are also enclosed. An addendum to the MPAS containing a comprehensive analysis of the export control system of the Kingdom of Thailand with respect to nuclear-related matters, including interactions with other countries of proliferation concern, and the actual or suspected nuclear dual-use or missile-related transfers to such countries, pursuant to Section 102AW of the National Security Act of 1947, 50 U.S.C. 3024W, is being submitted separately by the Director of National Intelligence. The agreement has been negotiated in accordance with the Act and other applicable law. In my judgment, it meets all applicable statutory requirements and will advance the nonproliferation and other foreign policy interests of the United States of America. The agreement contains all of the provisions required by Section 123A of the Act. It provides a comprehensive framework for peaceful nuclear cooperation with the Kingdom of Thailand based on a mutual commitment to nuclear nonproliferation. It would permit the transfer of material, equipment, including reactors, components, and information for peaceful nuclear purposes. It would not permit the transfer of restricted data or sensitive nuclear technology. Any special material transferred to the Kingdom of Thailand could only be in the form of low-enriched uranium, with the exception of small quantities of special fissionable material for use as samples, standards, detectors, or targets, or for other such purposes as parties may agree. Through the agreement, the Kingdom of Thailand would affirm its intent to rely on existing international markets for nuclear fuel services rather than acquiring sensitive nuclear technology, for example, for enrichment and reprocessing. And the United States would affirm its intent to support these international markets to ensure nuclear fuel supply for the Kingdom of Thailand. The agreement has a term of 30 years, although it can be terminated at any time by either party or 1 year's advance written notice to the other party. In the event of termination or expiration of the agreement, key nonproliferation conditions and controls will continue in effect as long as any material, equipment, or components subject to the agreement remains in the territory of the party concerned or under its jurisdiction or control anywhere, or until such time as the parties agree that such material, equipment, or components are no longer usable for any nuclear activity relevant from the point of view of safeguards. The Kingdom of Thailand is a party to the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and has concluded a comprehensive safeguards agreements and additional protocol thereto with the International Atomic Energy Agency. The Kingdom of Thailand also was among the early sponsors of and as a state party to the Treaty on the Southeast Asia Nuclear Weapon-Free Zone. A more detailed discussion of the Kingdom of Thailand's domestic civil nuclear activities and its nuclear nonproliferation policies and practices is provided in the MPAS and its classified annex. I have considered the views and recommendations of the interested departments and agencies in reviewing the agreement and have determined that its performance will promote and will not constitute an unreasonable risk to the common defense and security. Accordingly, I have approved the agreement and authorized its execution and urged that the Congress give it favorable consideration. This transmission shall constitute a submittal for purposes of both subsections 123B and 123D of the Act. My administration is prepared to immediately begin the consultations with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the House Foreign Affairs Committee as provided in subsection 123B. Upon the completion of the 30 days of continuous session review provided for in subsection 123B, the 60 days of continuous session review provided for in subsection 123D shall commence. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, January 14, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I think we're going to try to do a bit of a continuation of what we were doing last week. So if you don't like math or economics, please turn off C-SPAN. A couple things we got to walk through. Last Thursday, I think it was 38 minutes here. And the concept I was trying to walk through were two things. One, the demographics of the United States being the primary driver of U.S. debt. Okay, it's not that complicated, but it seems to really bother people. But the second thing was this concept called interest fragility. Big word. What it basically means is when you have 36 trillion of debt, 28, 29 trillion publicly financed, when over a year you're going to refinance almost 10 trillion, bring maybe 2.3 trillion new issuances to market, that little movements in interest rates can be a boatload of cash. What happened last Friday? We got a knockout jobs report. And here's the irony that people need to understand. The United States and a few other governments, China and others, are binging on so much debt that they're just ravenous appetite to grab people's savings and borrow it around the world. When the bond market saw, hey, the U.S. economy is actually doing okay, that means more individuals, more businesses, more will be in the market to consume debt. We're going to raise interest rates. The United States gets its head kicked in when our interest rates go up. I think I was trying to show a chart the other day. And look, it doesn't completely work this way because you got to refinance into it. But if we went to a 5% handle on U.S. sovereigns, that means from the short term to the 30 years, you had a 5% interest rate. Was our mean interest rate on U.S. debt. It's almost $9 trillion additional borrowing, spending, interest over that next 10 years. So functionally, going to 5% is double everything we're pretty much talking about in the extension of the tax reform. There's this lack of understanding. We are on the cusp of the bond market, the debt markets actually being the #1 influencer on U.S. policy, not Congress. When you borrow $70,000 a second, and I have charts, I didn't bring it this time, but I've done it in the past, that where we are in 9 years, it's no longer $70,000 a second, it's almost doubled. How many of you understand we borrow $70,000 a second? And the math will tell you almost 100% of that borrowing from today through the next decade is interest in health care. But we don't want to tell people that. Of the $2.3 trillion, my math says we're going to borrow this year, and CBO is going to publish something the next day or so. We'll see how close my math got to what their prediction is. Half of it's interest. So even when we do all sorts of things to reduce spending, to modernize on how we deliver services, to change the cost, we have this interest monster because we have 36 trillion and every 125 days, Madam Speaker, every basically 125 days, we click off another $1 trillion. And yeah, to the poor clerk staff, I'm so sorry. You have to be so tired of hearing idiots like me, well, idiot me, getting up and saying some of these things over and over. But it doesn't seem to sink in around here. Look, one of the reasons I'm here today is I'm trying to sell a concept. So this is a chart, and it's almost unreadable. I accept that. But what it was saying is we are up against a series of tax expirations at the end of this year. $3.7 trillion of it is individuals. Your individual taxes are going up at the end of this year. But then we have, estate taxes and pass-throughs and LLCs and partnerships, all those other things. And I think the Treasury Department a couple days ago scored it not at 4.6, they scored it at 5.5, which is a timing effect. It's because it's a different year and higher interest rates. But there's an economic study done by CBO and a couple outside groups saying if Congress can find a way to offset it, and that's hard. You're talking like $400 billion a year we'd have to find in modernizations and changing spending. But if Congress could step up and pay for it, you not only maintain current tax policy so our brothers and sisters, all of our taxes don't go up, but you get additional growth in the economy because you didn't just pull that much more money out of the economy and then have interest pile up on it. I think it was a year or so ago or 2 years ago, we had, I think, 3 months where we had to borrow money to pay for our borrowing. When we go home and talk to our voters, how many of them will look back at us and understand the scale? And you get these responses like, well, if you just cut this or that, and I'm going to show a couple of those charts again, and they're rounding errors. I mean, sometimes they're just a few hours of borrowing from an entire year, but that's what we speechify because it's easy to understand. It's a great soundbite on talk radio, and it's crap math. So once again, the basic premise of this chart, and it was done by, I believe, both Joint Economic, it was reconfirmed by Joint Economic, and the baseline math was also done by CBO. It said if you want to maximize economic prosperity in the United States, extend current tax policy, fix depreciation we call expensing, research and development expensing, because that's actually where you get the productivity curve, because God knows, you will hear the Democrats come behind the mic and talk about, look how good the job market is. How many Americans are actually poorer today than they were 4 years ago? They may be employed, but they're poor, and that's because inflation went up faster than their wages. I represent a district in the Phoenix-Scottsdale area that had, I believe, 27% inflation over the last 4 years. So unless your wages are up 27%, you are poor today. How do you raise wages? How do you raise purchasing power? Well, two things. Wages go up with inflation. Well, that just means you're treading water. Productivity. There are things we could do in the tax policy that's coming to fix the things that create the productivity boost, the things we can do in regulatory reform, in modernization, the adoption of technology as a regulator. You get people around here go around saying, well, we're going to deregulate. Fine. But how about doing smart regulation? We're all walking around with these supercomputers in our pockets. The idea of you could crowdsource certain data, crash the size of the bureaucracy, make them less intrusive, and yet air quality, water quality, all these other things can be much safer. And it costs a fraction of what we do today, but you just have to be willing to think like a scientist, a data person, and deal with the army of lobbyists that are outside in the hallway who are upset that you're making them change their business model. Or the bureaucracies, the unionized bureaucracies that show up here angry at you saying, what do you mean you want to use technology at the IRS? Remember, Madam Speaker, the IRS is the second largest unionized workforce in America, in the federal government. I believe the VA is the first one. And every time we try to add modernization to do it better, faster, cheaper, and fairer, couldn't you believe they get cranky? So, look, the math is the math. If you want to maximize economic vitality for this country, do your very best to offset as much of the tax policy extension. The other thing I have to give you that's going to make me sound a little cranky is when you hear a member of Congress, particularly a couple of our senators, run around here and saying, we're just extending baseline. Huh? It's a whole made-up term now. The law is the law. The law says the tax cuts for individuals, pass-throughs, estate, alternative minimum tax, those things built in, expire at the end of 2025. We've made up a term around here saying, oh, we're just going to extend current policy. I had someone this morning say, we're extending current law. Current law is it expires. Take a look at all your CBO and your debt projections. It has the expirations in there. You take it away, fine. Be honest what it means. It's another few $trillion of debt over the next 10 years that we have to pay interest on. And here's the fragility. We're going to do this on a chart or two here. When you do that, you're going to go home and tell your voters, I extended your tax cuts. Great. I'm all for. I don't want to raise taxes on anyone. But if you do it without paying for it, when the interest rates go up, and that family's credit card, car debt, when their mortgage, when everything else gets more expensive, when the economy slows down because interest rates are up because you've made the bond market nervous. Oh, but David, that would require thinking like an economist. I'm going to get reelected by telling people I just extended their taxes. Okay, their tax benefits from the 2017 TCJA, great. How do we explain to people that there are no free options anymore? We have the moral obligation to not make the world debt markets nervous. And where that makes sense is, let's see if I can. You got to understand, and I need to double check my math because Great Britain, you saw what they did. They were doing all sorts of tax policy this summer, and the pound crashed, their interest rates exploded. But most of the world, industrial world, actually has lower interest on their 10-year bond than the United States. Greece today can sell a 10-year bond almost a full percentage point cheaper than the United States. Greece today can sell a 10-year bond almost a full percentage point cheaper than the United States. Does anyone understand there is a risk premium? And look, if you screw around with this stuff, there's this thing called a term premium. It's a fancy way of saying we want actually a little higher interest for risk. So one of my predictions for 2025 is Moody's is the last of the three big rating services. I think we're going to get downgraded if we do this stuff without even an attempt to pay for some of it, offset some of it, modernize our costs and how we deliver services. If we do that, we're going to get downgraded by all three rating services. The other two have already downgraded us. Anyone here care? Or we just want to do happy talk and sugar highs? You know, a good dopamine hit by a good hit on, social media, but don't give the damn math. The fact of the matter is, most of the industrialized world today has a better credit rating, and you see it not by the credit rating services, but what they can sell their debt for cheaper than the United States. And when you hear people talk about the extraordinary privilege the United States has, there's actually two of them. The fact the world uses the US dollar as the ultimate arbiter of exchange. Great. Let's not screw that up. The other one we often never talk about, I'm going to do in a future presentation, it's actually from an economist standpoint maybe bigger than the fact that we get to buy and sell in our own currency, is actually the extraordinary privilege that smart people from around the world, entrepreneurs from around the world, investors from around the world want to do it here. They want to live here, go to school here, produce their products here, invest here. From an economist standpoint, the United States has two remarkable, extraordinary privileges, our currency, and people want to be with us. In a couple of moments, I'm going to show you why that's so important. But back to a baseline. And please, if you're one of our new members, you got to memorize this. You see the blue on the chart that's upside down, so I look like an idiot? All right, let's get this right. That's discretionary. All defense we consider discretionary. Everything most people think is government, the FBI, the Park Service, the Foreign Service, those things. That's blue. We call that non-defense discretionary. Everything a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. And if I do the math off the top of my head, maybe $400 billion of what's in the red, which is mostly earned benefits. That's your Social Security, that's your Medicare, that's your veterans benefits, that's your federal pensions, those things. Think about this. So functionally, I think this year it's like 75-25. 75% of all spending is on autopilot. We don't vote on it. Sorry, I shouldn't be yelling. I've had a lot of caffeine. What we do vote on, what we give speeches on, which we screw around with all the time, is discretionary. And in the scale of what we can reduce, it's almost a lot of what we debate here is rounding errors. We've actually had debates on the floor here where the amount of money that we're trying to save, we borrowed more money during the time of the debate than it would save that year. Because we don't understand. If you're clicking off $70,000 of borrowing every second, I wonder what this speech is costing. If I go a full hour, you start to see the idea. So you're clicking off. So far this fiscal year, we're borrowing about $10 billion a day. I think it will come in at $6-7 billion a day once we get tax receipts in April. But I'm trying to explain the fragility. So let's actually walk through. Here's the point I was just trying to make a couple moments ago. If we went back to a 5% interest rate, it's just shy of $9 trillion over 10 years. So just the interest rate move is double everything we're talking about. How many times do you hear elected officials like me get behind these microphones and talk through, it's not only having good fiscal policy, but we're also going to be disciplined because how we're going to communicate to the bond markets that we're worthy of the future investments. And where this gets really dangerous is, remember how I was just criticizing people walking around here saying, oh, let's just ignore everything, let's just keep doing what we're doing, don't have any offsets. If we do that, in 9 years, 9.2% of the entire economy is borrowed. This year, my math is we're going to kiss up around 7% of the entire economy is going to be borrowed money. What happens if we have some large disasters? Can you imagine that happening? What happens if we have another pandemic? What happens if we have a war? Do you understand how fragile you're making the greatest country on earth because we're not willing to tell the truth about the fiscal situation? And for my friends on the left to go, well, they just raise taxes. Look, I can bring my charts over and over, and as I have in the past, when we've had high marginal tax rates, we get about 17% of GDP. When we've had low marginal tax rates, we get about 17% of GDP. And that's, I think we got 75, 80 years of history of that, showing it always falls back down to that margin. So the secret is grow. But the other side is stop lying about growing. 1% of GDP, and I'm going to do this, double check myself in my head, 1% of GDP is $300 billion. If you get 17% of that, that's about $48 billion. If you're borrowing $7 billion a day, and you did all these things to get another point of GDP, you covered yourself for a week. You got to understand. So you get these folks who want to say happy talk. We're going to grow our way out. To cover this year's debt, you'd need almost a 50% GDP growth. Come on, join reality world with us. Put batteries in your calculator. We can do it. We can do this together. But the one point I wanted to go is to our brothers and sisters on the left. I've done multiple presentations here showing that if you do all their tax hikes to $400,000 and up, you get about 1.5 points of GDP. If we do all of our spending cuts in the non-defense discretionary, which is what most of us have talked about for the last couple of years, you get about 1% of GDP. So you got a big 2.5%. We're borrowing 7% of the entire economy this year. So all the left solutions and the things we as conservatives often talk about don't get you actually anything close to what's necessary. Terrifying. Madam Speaker, I'm having a sort of a personal crisis of confidence because I do this every week. My math is good. We do our best. We make mistakes on occasion, but we try to double, triple check it. And no one seems to care. Is it really that terrifying to tell the truth to our voters? Because the press around here has no interest in telling the truth on the math. I have a couple Bloomberg reporters, a Wall Street Journal reporter, and on occasion, believe it or not, a public television reporter seem to be the only ones that ever want to look at these charts. Everyone else, it's basically they want to write a gossip story. Yet these things decide if my 2.5-year-old has a future. It also decides if your retirement becomes a miserable disaster. So I hear a little person up in the balcony. If that little person's 2 years old today, when that little person is 22, his or her taxes have to be double what they are today. 100% increase. So my 2-year-old, when he's hopefully finishing up his university and going into grad school before he does his postdoctorate doctorate, I have high ambitions for him. And we actually are trying to put into the family rules he's not allowed to run for office. Same thing with my 9-year-old daughter. That's both funny and actually true. But think of this. A child born today, when they're about 22, 23, United States has to double every single U.S. tax. Tariffs, income, corporate, everything. Just to maintain baseline services. The math says a child born today will be part of the first generation in U.S. history who will be poorer than their parents and grandparents. Great morality around here. Let alone our inability, we're not allowed to talk about Social Security, even though the Social Security actuaries, the CBO, the outside groups, the left groups, the right groups all say, hey, 9, 8, now 8.5 because we just gave away a couple $100 billion out of it. 9 years or so, we double senior poverty in America. Because when the trust fund's empty and you all get a 20% cut in Social Security, we double senior poverty. How many people do you see coming behind these microphones saying, we need to fix it. It's immoral where it's going. But if you do that, the leftist now has a political consultant writing attack ads on you because they care so much more about winning the next election than saving the society and not doubling senior poverty. We already have the trouble after the inflation cycle. How many baby boomers are now living on the street because they can't afford their rent? The math is the math, and the math will win. If we continue current policy and not follow the law, in 9 years, 9.2% of all U.S. debt, of the economy will be borrowed in U.S. debt. And this chart doesn't even factor in the new higher interest rates because we're up a full point from early December. Great job, guys. And look, I've done this chart the last couple of weeks because it seems to have an impact. For every dollar we take in tax collections, we spend $1.39. Huh? Take in $1, spend $1.39. By 2034, if we went back to a 6% interest rate, now I know that's a couple points higher than we're at right now, but 6%, I think that's sort of what we were paying in the 80s, 90s, to early 2000s, up till what, the Great Recession. But if we go to 6%, think of this. In 9 budget years, 45% of all tax collections go just to interest. Anyone care? No, because we'd have to tell people the truth. This is a new chart, and I'm trying to actually sort of explain. So our brothers and sisters on the left who want basically a socialized, a planned economy, industrial policy, they did the CHIPS Act and then their version of, I guess they call it the Inflation Reduction Act. There's some good economic data now says if you wanted to do something that was much less expensive, created much broader economic growth, and created much more productivity, you should not do what the Democrats did, which is let's find some of our favorite industrial entities. Their executives, their investors will write us political checks. But if you had done something like research and development expensing, and expensing when a company buys a piece of equipment to be better, faster, cheaper, it's dramatically less expensive. And it actually has more more economic value, more economic growth, and it's spread throughout the economy. Because the problem with the Democrats' industrial policy, we're going to give all this money to certain green technologies, we're going to do CHIPS Act, is you often are writing checks. So you get rent-seeking, writing checks for last-generation technology. Now, there's a little part of that I would have voted for primary research and development to do it better, faster, cheaper. It's like the old joke, what's the fastest way to make every computer in America worthless? Have someone invent a quantum computer. And suddenly that leap, it's like when all of a sudden you have a new photovoltaic panel, if it goes up 20%, as there are experiments in the lab right now, all the other ones now are out of the money and don't make economic sense anymore. But that's the concept. Creative destruction is one of the hallmarks of a society that becomes more productive. And the way you get that is not the arrogance. When I first got here, I think I stole this joke from my wife. She looked at me and said, "What are the two times in life, Mr. Speaker, you think you know everything? When you're 13 years old and the day after you get elected to Congress." Oh, come on, guys, that's funny stuff. But the fact of the matter is, when you see these sorts of policies coming from Democrats where they're so smart, they get to choose the industries that get the corporate handouts, the cash handouts. And you can't imagine that there were strings attached. And yet, if we had just done an egalitarian tax policy, say, we want to maximize productivity across the society because we aren't smart enough to know what the breakthrough is tomorrow. And that breakthrough tomorrow is the thing that raises all boats, I guess that's the saying, and makes us productive. And what do you get in a society that's more productive? Wages go up. All right. I just want to make a point, and I did a little bit of this last week. We held a little bit of a contest, I think, back in December, where give us your ideas of how you would, modernize or improve or reduce spending, these things. So far this budget year, if you got rid of foreign aid, so this is for the 2025 fiscal year, all foreign aid, you get rid of it, it's 1 week of borrowing. Get rid of all the salaries at the Department of Education. Okay, I'm fine with that. But you got to understand, it basically comes out to 9 hours of borrowing for an entire year. And that's not spending, that's borrowing. So you have these people like me get behind these microphones and we speechify, if we get rid of the Department of Education, we're going to balance the budget. No, all the salaries just covered 9 hours of borrowing. There's a scale problem. I know seeing 12 zeros when you start talking a trillion is hard. It's also our job. It's our job to understand the complexities here. And one of the complexities that we're terrified to talk about is if anyone's interested in what we're really up against, go online, grab Congressional Budget Office's report from yesterday. Every year they do an estimate on population, fertility, growth in this society. We were using the Census Bureau's data, and I've come here behind the microphone and said, hey, our quick look at the Census Bureau data was in 11 years, the United States was going to start to have more deaths than births. CBO yesterday came back and said, nah, the way they're calculating where fertility rates are in the United States in 8 years, in 8 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. Demographics is destiny. You want people like me to figure out the financing of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, which were all designed systems for population growth. Remember, today's worker pays for today's beneficiary. And in 8 years, and even when we do the adjustments for net immigration, you pick up a couple more decades. But think about that, living in a society with more deaths than births in 8 years. Matter of fact, I believe there were 17 states that last year had more deaths than births. But this goes back to my productivity argument. If you want a society and a country that still economically grows, that can still defend itself, that still is the envy of the world, that has the extraordinary privileges, are we going to adopt regulatory tax policies that maximize economic growth? Well, it turns out you're going to have to do things that maximize productivity, maximize labor substitution, use that technology, use the supercomputer in your pocket. And it's shocking how many people freak out every time I start to talk about using AI and these things. You don't have a choice. If we're going to keep growing, we got to thread a needle here while jogging. We got to manage the debt. We got to convince the debt markets we're serious, so don't raise our interest rates, because if interest rates go up a bunch, it's almost too late, because we're carrying so much. Our demographics are against us, so we have to have this productivity spike, and it's going to come through functionally two things: AI and synthetic biology, but we won't. I'll say that for another speech. But there's a way it can work. There's hope. But there's only hope if this place sharpens its intellect. You can't keep saying the same things you were saying in the 1990s or a decade ago. The world is different. I hope the staff, the voters, others start to really think this through and start demanding, saying, I need intellectual robustness, if that's a word. Learn your math, but learn the opportunity, but also learn to think like an economist. So, let's put up the one chart that gets me the most hate. And it's more than a year and a half out of date. The numbers are worse today. But it's the truth. And for anyone crazy enough to watch, how many members of Congress are willing to show this to you? This is directly from CBO's, numbers from about a year and a half ago, and they update it every year. CBO projects a $115 trillion debt over 2024 to 2054. Social Security, Medicare account for $124 trillion of deficit. The rest of the budget has a $9 trillion surplus. Let me walk that through. Basically means everything when we talk about of non-defense discretionary, defense discretionary, all those are projected to grow slower than tax receipts. But Medicare and Social Security, and then with their interest that goes on the top of their deficit financing, produce about $124 trillion of borrowing. How many of you think the world is going to lend us $124 trillion over the next 30 years? And this is based on current interest rates. Actually, it's sort of based on last year's interest rates. My math, because I was playing with the calculator a couple days ago, I have this going to like 135 trillion, not 124. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat, it's demographics. But the fact of the matter is, you could substantially change much of Medicare's cost and make services better, faster, cheaper. Just join this century of technology and taking care of people. You know, the ring like I'm wearing that does my vitals, or the technologies to incentivize saying, do we pay a Medicare provider to help people be healthier instead of making more money when someone is sicker? We did a whole presentation multiple times last year showing obesity in America is an additional $9.1 trillion of spending over the next 10 years. Maybe as a society we should consider changing the Farm Bill, nutrition support, helping our brothers and sisters, because it's both moral And it's great economics. And suddenly people can come back into the labor force. They can form families. They can do all these other things because we have states where more than half the population is technically obese, and we're paying for it with our, it's government policy in many ways. It's doing it to these people. It's immoral. And I'm going to get hate texts saying, you can't talk about that. Screw you. Let's do what's right for our brothers and sisters in this country. We're Americans. Don't hide from the math. Embrace it and fix it. And the reason I brought this one's the last, if you saw my staff, they were slipping me this because we were doing the math. We were sort of speed doing the math. Foreign aid over, because, all right, let me explain. Last week's speech, one of the questions, and we're trying to do this more often, we will get these questions that come in on the comments. And someone asked this, and they actually did it as a legitimate question. Foreign aid over 4 years is $198 billion. So think of that. Every dime of foreign aid, if you said for the last 4 years and took 4 years of borrowing, it would cover 8 days, 8.2 days of debt. So those of you who get up in front of these mics and say, you know, if we got rid of foreign aid, we'll balance the budget. Even when I do the average of the last 4 years, it's just a little over 8 days of borrowing. It's hard. It's hard when you get up in front of an audience at home and you tell them the truth, and it's not the same thing they heard 10 minutes earlier on a talk radio show or on a cable television show. But this isn't about ratings. This isn't about today's dopamine hit of you being angry because you saw something on the Drudge Report. This is about saving this republic. If you're like I am, you believe this republic was divinely inspired. If you believe like I do you not have a moral obligation to save this country? How about being a dad? My wife's my age. We were blessed. We got to adopt a couple kids. Should they be part of the first generation that's poor? They don't have to be. There's a way the math works. It just turns out, Mr. Speaker, it's hard. We have to do complex things. We're going to have to tell lobbyists and people from home that you got to modernize, you got to join this century, you're going to have to change your business models. And they're going to be mean to us. They might not even contribute to us. But there's a way to make the math save our future. And I'm going to argue to you in the next 6 weeks around here, we're going to make some decisions. Are we going to modernize the delivery of government? Are we going to find a way to offset? Are we going to convince the bond markets we're serious about the future? For everyone out there, watch us. Because we all give these beautiful speeches of the morality of what an amazing country we have and our place in the world and our place in history. Mr. Speaker, this is the weeks we're going to make that history or have to live with the sins of what we do. And with that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience.
I just mentioned there was someone up there.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.